Hello. Hey Agnolia, hey Lux, hey Starwing, hey Lemon, hey Spotted Pope, hey Darkleaf. Hey Mail. Alrighty. Got my coffee. Hey, pup. Oh, you're first. We can start with you. We'll start with Apocalyptic. Alrighty. I was looking at your guy this morning. On our third cup. Dragon. Okay, hold on, let me download. Guys, we have an anthro in. We have an anthro today. Special day. I don't get too many anthros. Tilly got 2 comms. Yeah, she did. My wrists will survive. They're not too bad. One of them is Curiosity, who's not too difficult on your wrists. And it's she wants me to draw Curiosity, like a redraw from a picture I think I drew in like 2015. So it should be actually a pretty fun commission. It's the monkey. The monkey. Alrighty. Seen him drawn with a happy or silly expression. Warming up on the anthro. We'll see. Hopefully this doesn't take too much time. If I like drawing robots / astronaut. I love drawing astronauts. I have a couple astronaut. Have you ever seen my astronaut OCs? I think Randall is in a... I think it's Randall who is... Let me go to my toy house. Yeah. Let me log in. My system thinks I'm a bot. Go away, I'm not a bot. Where's Randall? He's with Kip and Randall. Oh, I thought he had... For some reason, I thought that he had a... I know I've drawn him with a, I've definitely drawn him with, like, a space helmet. Kip and Randall. They're best buds. Randall's the pilot. Kip's the, captain. I quite like space. Kip has been in a map part. Kip was in a lineless map part. But I don't think I've ever animated Randall. I don't know why first of all, I don't know why I spelled it like this here, and I don't know why it's not Randall and Kip when this one's Kip and this one's Randall. But whatever. Logic puzzle. Indeed. I need to draw them again. There was a whole crew, but I was never as, like... There was a whole crew. Kip, Heidi, Lou, Vega, and Randall. Now spelled with 2 L's. But I never really drew any of the other crew members. The other crew members, I didn't really care about that much. I only really just cared about Kip and Randall. I think these other ones were, adoptables that I just stuck in the same universe. I think all 3 of these designs were adoptables. I think that Lou and Randall were related, maybe. That's Vega. This was they all had different. One of them, I think Heidi was like the ship's basically like PR manager. And I believe one of these guys were the engineers. Heidi, I spelled it H-E-I-D-I, Heidi. Lou. But I do know that Randall was the pilot and Kip was the captain. Let's see if I can't sketch out a anthro. Anyway, that was one of my stories that I had. I had a story about a spaceship, and then I had a story about the Lorraine Kingdom, where it was based off of, well, a lot of the characters were based off of like Greek names and stuff. The Lorraine Kingdom's the one where like Apollo, like a lot of my characters that were in map parts were from the Lorraine Kingdom story. The Prickly Pine Kitty was the Remains. That was an RP group. But like Nee and shoot, what's his name? Nee and Felix were part of the Lorraine Kingdom. They were in Felix is the one with the red cape. Apollo Justice reference? Probably. I probably named him after Apollo Justice. Hey, Battle Claws. I really need to give my characters more love. The Lorraine Kingdom was like the fantasy story. And then the one with Randall and Felix was like the sci-fi story. I'm doing pretty good today. Apollo's name was Robin. I don't know if he's always been called Apollo. I feel like he's been called Apollo for a while. Oh god, I'm getting really distracted, but now I have to go look at my really old on DeviantArt. One of the first times I feel like I drew him. I think he's always been called Apollo. Yeah, here it is. Oh, he's not in there. That's his mentor. His name's not in it, though. Yeah, and then I had Oliver. Carter. I don't know, man. I'm really bad at, like, coming up with stories for my characters. Honestly, I feel like when I come up with characters, I more like come up with them for, like, a video game design. Yeah, I've never gotten rid of my DeviantArt. I don't think I've ever deleted a social media in my entire life. Not a single one. Some of them are names I don't remember. Most of my Tumblr ones... Tumblr was a website where I would switch blogs a lot, and I can't remember all of the names that I used on Tumblr for all my different types of blogs. Because some of them are, like, really weird. Like, the art blog that I was showing off, I think, the last stream, was named, like, Carton of Eggs or something. Like, something so stupid. A lot of my Tumblr blogs were just memes. Meme names. Yeah, something like Carton of Eggs. I can't remember. It might have even been spelled weird. I remembered the personal blog that I used at that point. It was also a meme, and I found it from there. It doesn't have that much stuff on it. Most of my Tumblr blog, like, Nifty is Lame is a Tumblr blog I have. I actually do not have a lot of those examples publicly available right now. I need to actually post some of them. If you go to my toy house, a lot of those designs people have uploaded to their toy house. Hold on, let me show you. Like, a lot of those pictures people have uploaded to their toy house. So, hold on, let me see if I can't. There you go. A lot of them are in. This is probably the easiest way to see them. Because I'm lazy and I don't upload them anywhere. Hey, Mop. My Danganronpa Tumblr? I think that was the Carton of Eggs one. I don't... And then I had a Homestuck one. But I can't remember what it's called because it was something like ubiquitous, whatever. I don't remember. It was like, no, it wasn't. Shoot. A lot of it's like you can see on my DeviantArt, maybe. Like you can find random links on your DeviantArt. Yeah, that's probably the best way to view most of the examples. A lot of the newer ones were commissions. I need to post them. I'm just lazy. Chibi! This is not a chibi! Oh god, it begins. Oh well. Just listen to the song of healing. It will heal you. The chibi is not in the room. A lot of my DeviantArt, a lot of my Tumblr stuff I did cross-post to other platforms, though. Nifty is Lame has a lot of, like, memeable things in it. That was my first Tumblr blog that was dedicated to, like, warrior cats. It was my first... Other than, you know, Dark Tales Judgment cover? I don't know. Probably... I hope the cover is good. I have no expectations for the cover. Hey, guys, see the freaking Renegade cover for the new... Hunter series. It's so freaking good. Why does Warrior Cats get the worst covers? Man. You haven't seen the Renegade cover? Hold on. Look at this cover. Like, why do we just get crap? Why do we just get crap when the other freaking series get, like, stuff like this? Please. I'm on my hands and knees. You thought it was Blackfoot? It does look like Swiftpaw for sure. It's got the same eye color as Swiftpaw. Holy crap, Swiftpaw died and became a Renegades character? The multiverse, etc., etc. It's all connected. Pepe Sylvia, adding Renegades to my Warriors Magnum Opus timeline. No, but like for real, I don't know why we... Man, I don't know. I'm just on my hands and knees. Can you at least, like, get Owen to just do the stupid super editions and, like, somebody else can do the covers or something? Why do we have to have one person drawing all the covers for Warrior Cats? I don't hate Owen stuff. I really did like Owen's first couple covers he did. Honestly, his Power of 3 covers are pretty nice. I really like that Dark River one. He doesn't make only horrible covers, but I feel like he misses a lot more than he hits. Like his Crow Feather Trial one is really good. That's one of my personal favorites from him. And I really like the Dark River cover. I mean... Yeah, he does better with characters that aren't, like, super close up, but the problem is a lot of Warrior Cat covers are not like that. Like, a lot of his better covers are ones where like, he's good at drawing, like... He's just not very good at drawing cats close up, and they're just constantly asking him to draw cats from close up, and I'm just like, can you not? I don't want the arm, actually. Do I want it in the pocket? Do I hide the arm away in the pocket? Nah, maybe. Going through the 5 stages of grief on drawing arms. I'm trying to think of where I want the other wing to be, because I would like the other wing to be visible as well, but I don't want it to cause any tangents. It's okay. If the covers were great, we wouldn't have cool designs like the redrawn cover designs, you know? We wouldn't get those cool designs because we would all be satisfied with the cover, so it's kind of a win-win. That's what I say. I'm like, Warrior Cats is just mediocre enough that we want to fix it. So we just keep fixing it and coming up with cool things. Unnecessary evil. A mediocre evil. The crowd goes mild, etc. Wayne's covers were really nice, but Wayne did peak pretty early. That's not true. Fire and Ice is my personal favorite cover of all time from him. I do really like the Yellowfang Secret cover too, though, so I don't think he peaked early. I just think that some of his best covers are from, like, the first arc. I think it's because he was really trying still. Not trying, but yeah. I don't feel like Wayne had a style that wouldn't be... I don't know. I just don't know why they picked Owen. Nepo baby, maybe. I have nothing against Owen. I feel like he probably doesn't do just... His environments are really pretty. I think they just constantly are asking him to do... I don't know how much direction they give him for covers. The Blue Stars Prophecy cover? I don't really like that. Oh, are you talking about the new guys? Shoot. See, I don't really think either of the Blue Stars Prophecies are really like something to write home about. I feel like having bottom teeth might make it feel like a little bit more intimidating than I want. Wayne's Blue Star. Wayne's Soul. Yeah, it is good. Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that Owen is... I mean, when I say that I like certain covers of his, it's always the environments. His environments are beautiful. I personally can't think of a time that Owen has depicted a cat that I was like, yeah, that's exactly how I'd imagine that cat. The cats are not his strong suit, but the environments are very pretty on his covers. Unfortunately for him, he's illustrating covers for a book series that is completely cats, and it's not his strongest suit. But you have to think, he's been illustrating those covers. He's done over 100 covers at this point. You're telling me he hasn't gotten a single better at drawing cats? Because he hasn't! His cats look exactly the same from, like, day one! I just don't get it, man. You're telling me you've drawn 100 cats? I've drawn 1,400 cats, and my... You know, my cat style changed. Hey, Munch. I'm doing pretty good. I hope you're doing good. I just don't get it, man. Unless he's using AI. I don't like that. I don't like that people are claiming that he's using AI. He's not. He's not using AI. Don't just claim that. That can ruin somebody's life as an artist. You got Monday off. Ooh. Congrats. What you gonna do with your day off? Just because his art isn't what you would just because his art is good. But just because it looks blurry and messy does not mean he's using AI. Man, I can't stand it. Because honestly, I feel like, I'm gonna be real with you, if Owen did stop making the covers, they probably would freaking use AI to make the covers. Maybe not, but I really wouldn't put it past him. Hey, Kichi. We're doing pretty good here. We're just talking about, well, we were just talking about warrior cats. As always. Did you guys see the new stuffed animals that they put into the wiki? What is it? Is that the only thing they came out with? They didn't come out with new minis, right? Did you guys see the teaser of what the blind boxes are gonna look like? Oh, J-Feather, Grey Stripe, and Firestar are back in stock. I see. They're always ugly. Yeah, they're pretty ugly. The blind boxes look like they went to the company and said, make them look as much like Littlest Pet Shop as you can without making them look like Littlest Pet Shop. And then the company was like, I'm on it. Well, I will say, let me show you. Let me show you. This is the teaser, right? There's also a Hawk Frost. Also, okay, yeah, here you go. So here's the teaser I was talking about. It's very tiny. This is Brightheart and Cinderpelt, and I just have to say, whatever they decided to do with Cinderpelt's leg, I don't know who was on the board, but I need to have a word with them. Because this is like, what? I can't, man. There's Hawkfrost and a Scourge. I don't know, are these the same as the ones that they were talking about? Because this is obviously Hawkfrost and this is Scourge. With purple color, I might add. Purple color. Are these like released? Or are these like a different type of plushie? No, because this is a different type of plushie up here too. This is also ugly. This is ugly. Still ugly. Still ugly. Still ugly. Make them look like Littlest Pet Shop without making them look like Littlest Pet Shop. And then also, I don't know, like, it looks like they actually squished her back leg with a tire or something. Like, they went for the authenticity. Yeah. And I can't tell how many there's gonna be. So these look like blind boxes. But I can't tell if this is supposed to be what's in this blind box. Like these are these blind boxes. Because if you look at this. like I said, this is the only teaser. I don't think these were supposed to get leaked. But this definitely looks like the website large plushies, but this is not the Firestar large plush, but these on their boxes, so I don't know what that is, because this definitely looks like the J-Feather and Firestar plushie, right? This is definitely the blind box for this. I think this says mystery boxes right here. Mystery boxes. So is there only 6 of them? And are we just gonna get the same freaking ones that we already have, the little vinyl figures? Zoom in on the first shelf. Yeah. These look like the minis. These look like the vinyl minis. So I'm not sure, like this looks like, I don't know, like Leaf Pool and Squirrel Flight or something. So I'm like confused. I like the little pose that the Bright Heart looks like it's in with like the little paw up and stuff, but no, I don't think it's 2 possibilities. Because usually on these blind boxes, they'll have 2 at the front, but then on like each of the side, they'll have all of them. I don't know how many plushies. I have not gotten a single plushie that was from the official Warriors website. Now, I have plushies that are made by fans. They're like way better. Yeah, this is definitely what's in this box. This looks like the freaking ferret. Hold on, let me show you. Ferret. I'm getting really distracted today. I'm so sorry. Littlest Pet Shop. Ferret, Littlest Pet Shop. This is exactly what it reminded me of. I had this one. This was like one of my... This is like was my pride and joy of my Littlest Pet Shop collection. This stupid little like brown ferret. That's immediately what I thought about. Hold on. When I saw this. Is this not just like the ferret Littlest Pet Shop right there? the scientists want you to tell the difference between these 2 photos. There was a little harness that came with this one. You could like pretend to walk him. I think. Anyway. So sorry, I'm getting distracted today. I'm wondering if... do you think they're going to continue? I assume they're going to continue making the minis. Although, I don't know. I don't know if the minis are selling as good. I don't know. Who else would they make? So, they've made a lot of minis. And they haven't made a single Dawn of the Clan one. So, like, I was about to say... who else could they make minis of? But then I'm like, well, they haven't made a single Dawn of the Clans one. So, like... make Dawn of the Clans. But they also have protagonists that they can still make. I don't know. They still have, like, protagonists. But I feel like the minis... Well, not a lot of people buy the, like, special edition one, I guess. The minis are all still in stock, right? Minifigures? Which ones are sold out? Oh, no, there's a lot that are sold out. A lot that are sold out. Wow. Okay, so Series 7 and Series 8. The collector's editions. Okay, so there's only 4 sets. So yeah, they'll probably make more minis. My bet is they'll make a Nightheart Sunbeam one. They'll probably make a Root Spring Shadow Sight one. Not Shadow Sight, Root Spring Bristle Frost. They'll make a Moonpaw one for 100% for sure. Probably Moonpaw and Starling Paw. They still have to make an Alderheart one. Alderheart and Twig Branch. But they usually make a set... Each set they usually have like a Power of 3 or a New Prophecy or Prophecies Begins characters. So like for Series 8, they did Rocket Midnight, Broken Star and Soul, Violet Shine, and Needletail. So they try to do ones from like the first series. Or like the first 4 series. Because I think that they just sell better. So yeah, echoing. And I don't know who else they could make. I mean, they made a freaking Rock and Midnight one before they made any Dawn of the Clans ones. I'm on the door, sopping wet in the rain, pleading and begging for Clear Sky and Grey Wing minis. They could make a Breeze Pelt and Heathertail one, for sure. Or a Breeze Pelt and Night Cloud one. I have all the minis. You guys, I'm so cooked. And I'll buy the blind boxes, even though they look horrible. They know when I was really into anime, like I still like anime and I still watch anime, but when I was really into it, I was a figurehead. I probably have thousands of dollars worth of figurines for various animes that I need to sell. Like thousands of dollars. I'm not even joking. They know. Stuffed animals are not my weakness, but the figurines are my weakness. I was cooked bad. The Ninjoroids, man. The Ninjoroids had a chokehold on me. That's why I want to make figurines. Like, that's my pipe dream. I would love to make Warrior Cat figurines. Because that's, like, my crack. That's my plastic crack. Figurines. Well, when I was commissioning when I was younger, like doing DeviantArt points and stuff, all that just went to like anime conventions where I would just buy figurines. And I was probably like that until... If Nifty made figurines, I would love to make figurines. Where's my figurine deal with Warrior Cats, Aaron Hunter, Kulabe? When are you gonna do a figurine deal with me? I mean, there are certain things that you're not allowed to put in your Warrior Cat stuff, and I wouldn't label them Warrior Cat. I would label them like Ninja Neckos or something like that. Not that, but... maybe like wood... I don't know. Ninja Neckos was what I named my, the people that helped with Dark Path Chosen and Omena, Fourth Apprentice. We called ourselves the Ninja Neckos. Fighting felines, figurines, FFF. Ferocious fighting forest feline figurines. The F5s. Zoom in, please. The rest of spikes go back. 4 fingers. Hold on, I'm just looking. Does the 4 fingers include... okay, the 4 fingers includes the thumbs. Okay, I'll fix that. Small wings, long upturned snout. Let's do that a little bit more. Picks out that. Do the 3 handies. You can do clear sky. Well, the other problem with it is that who else could they do from the Prophecies Begin? So they did Broken Star already. I mean, they haven't done Lionheart or White Storm. I've always been surprised that they hadn't done Lionheart or White Storm yet. They haven't done Swift Paw. I doubt they'll do Swift Paw though, honestly. They haven't done Princess. They could do Princess. They could do Princess. Princess and Smudge. Yeah, they could. I'd argue that Princess... Well, they haven't done Silverstream either. They could do Princess and Silverstream together. And they have 3 leggies too, so just make sure you do 3 leggies. Snow kit. They've never done a kit. They could do so many Dawn of the Clans minis, but I feel like their first set... Well, that's not true. If they did like a limited edition Dawn of the Clans set, then they could do all of the main characters. They did a freaking Mudclaw figurine though, so like sometimes they just, I don't understand what they're thinking when they're doing the figurines. And then there's a little, yeah, on the other side, there's a thick eyebrow, and then there's a scar. I'm also cold. I have a sweatshirt on today. It's only 66 outside, but man, it feels cold in here. Of course, I am used to it being like 80 degrees in this room. It's 71. The kids might be smart, smaller, and would take less material. Yeah. There's not too much. There's not too many kits that like are marketable though. They could do a Misty Star. They haven't done Misty Star yet. And they haven't done a Storm Fur. See, they like doing sets. They like doing minis based on the main arcs though. So like Moss Kit was never in the main arc. I feel like they pretty much exclusively have always done. I'm trying to think. I don't think they've done a single mini that was based off of like a character that only appears in a super edition. They made Stormfur? They haven't made a Goose Feather. Stonefur is what I said. I'm sorry if I did say Stormfur. They have made a Stormfur. I do like his mini a lot. It's cute. They have not made a Goose Feather. They have made a Maple Shade, but she is in the main arcs. Could do a Half Moon. Half Moon and a Jay's Wing. That'd be cute. They've done Darktail. Darktail was with Needletail, I think? No, he was with One Star, right? They haven't done a Tiger Heart. We do have a Brambleclaw one, finally. Yeah, I really don't know how they decide which to make. I was surprised at all choices from the last mini set, so... They already got 2 J Feathers, yeah. But J Feather is like one of the most popular characters. There's a lot of cats that have 2. Actually, there's quite a few. One Star has 1. All of the leaders from the first 4 arcs have 1, except for Misty Star. I feel like they might make a Misty Star and Curl Feather one. Maybe? We probably will get a 3rd J Feather when they come out with like the special edition for Power of 3. I don't know what that J Feather is gonna look like. I guess he could be... He could be holding his paw out. I think that's the only other mold that they haven't made J Feather with. The more they do J Feather stuff. I loved J Feather when I was a kid. He was probably my favorite character. I still have a soft spot for him. For sure. that going. I'm trying to... I am painfully aware that the forearms are a different length. Literally the same clothes. The t-shirt has a little bit of like a sunflowery drawing. It's really cute. I like Jay Feather, he's very relatable, but I don't know why I like Darktail so much. You should like... You should definitely compose your thoughts on why you like him. I feel like when you like a certain character, especially somebody like Darktail, people are usually interested in why. You're probably gonna get the question asked a lot. I know you've gotten it asked a lot on stream. Yeah, it's Zelda music today. Going back to our roots. Always love me some good Zelda music. Is too long. I feel like if you write your thoughts out, you might be able to condense them better. I remember writing a whole Tumblr post back in the day of why I liked Clear Sky and thought that his redemption arc at the end of Dawn of the Clans was acceptable for me. Not saying that I find him redeemed, I just thought it was an acceptable character arc. Where he felt he was redeemed in the eyes of everyone who he cares about, basically. Mothlight. Yeah. Writing it out does help. My reasons for not liking Mothlight are pretty heavy. Heavy as in lots of words. Not really deep. It just stems from the fact that she's written... Boy characters are written hypocritical all the time, but she's like unintentionally one of the most hypocritical characters, and I just can't, man. Grinds me gears. But some people can look past that. I don't know why. For some reason, I just can't with Mothlight. I think it's because I like Slate a lot, and she's quite mean to Slate. And it's never really... She's never really, like... She doesn't have an apology. I feel like I would like her a little bit more if she didn't... She kind of apologized for not realizing, like, the mental status that Slate was in at the beginning of Mothlight's vision. Like at the beginning, she's like, oh, she lost her mate. She should just get over it. I don't want my kids to grow up like Slate's kids had to, with, like, basically losing both their parents and stuff. She's just so mean to Slate, and there's never, like, any apology to Slate. And I'm just like... Meanwhile, puts all of her kids up for adoption at like 3 months old. Make it make sense. Then I've always been interested in the idea, well, how could you fix, what would you do to fix Mothlight's vision? Because honestly, I just wouldn't have written it. Or I suppose it would have been fine if the book wasn't really about coming up with the warrior. It's more about coming up with the warrior code that medicine cats can't have a mate than it is about just finding the moonstone. I feel like it would have been a nice little like slice of life if she found the moonstone like towards the end of the second act even. Where the first act is kind of building up the strained relationship between her parents, and the second act ends with finding the moonstone, and there's more of a emphasis on tensions rising between Sky Clan and Wind Clan, etc., etc., and then just leave like Medicine Cats Can't Have Kids for like another book, man. Have it so that Micah doesn't even exist and Mothlight has to be the one to train Acorn for her, and that's what's raising tensions because she can witness, she becomes close to Sky Clan period, and it drives a further wedge between her and her mother, and I don't know, man. Just get rid of the romance. That's my answer for like every Warrior Cat book. Just get rid of the romance. And it will be better. 9 times out of 10. I feel like the payoff of finding the moonstone would have been a good enough payoff. An intent, like you could write it a little bit more intense than they decided to, and I don't know. The payoff of finding the moonstone at the end is the leaders receiving their 9 lives anyway, so I don't know. The book feels like it should have been a novella. It always feels like they're trying to rush the founding of the clans for some reason. I enjoy that Code of the Clans kind of establishes the Warrior Cats being around for generation upon generation, and like it slowly becomes like a code, and the authors recently, or the editors recently, have been really focusing on like the idea that the code was also came to be during like the first leaders, which I do believe was stated in like Secrets of the Clans, like one of the first field guides. Vicky said that the 4, it was before Sky Clan was even conceptualized by Vicky, so she said the 4 leaders came together and came up with the warrior code, etc., whatever. I don't know. It feels so much more of like an epic thing when it's generation upon generation that's coming up with the code. It feels a lot more natural to have these like specific instances that occur, and in order for it not to occur again, they want to like make a code, you know, how it happens in Code of the Clans. Then them just coming up with the code immediately on the spot, you know. Yeah, Acorn Fur wants to, she's like, oh, I think I might take a mate and be with Acorn Fur, or be with Red Claw, and she's like, no. None of, Medicine Cats will never take a mate again. And then all the other ones are like, okay. Or like let Acorn Fur take the mate and let it also be like something that's stressed out. And so then it's like there's, well, one time it could have just been a fluke, but 2 times, well, now we have to do something about it, you know? Like, I don't know. Make it seem like a decision that they all come across together. Like, it feels so much more powerful to have the medicine cats all come up with the decision together instead of just one medicine cat going, actually, I don't think we should ever do this again. And all the other ones are like, okay. Hey, Nightmares. I don't know. Lost Life Vision has the same issues that every other Werecat book has, where it's half-baked, but it doesn't really pose any interesting ideas to chew on, like Stormclans Folly did for people. So I just don't know what people see in that book. Man. But some people really like that book. People really like Micah and Mothlight. I mean, I've gotten quite a few orders of like Mothlight and Micah and stuff like that, so I don't know. I guess people... Yeah, her relationship with... Well, that's why... Yeah, you're right. You're right. But we see more of a relationship with her mother, I feel like, in Dawn of the Clans proper. I mean... I agree. That's why I said... I mean, I always find familial relationships to be more compelling, period. So I would agree with you that I think that her relationship with Windrunner is a lot more compelling than other stuff. If I were to rewrite it, I think I would do a more of a relationship between her parents. But I really just don't want to think about Mothlight's vision too hard. Well, that's the thing. It's like, he's not even there for more... They literally spend like a week together. I'm not even joking. They're not together for very long. God knows how she got pregnant. I have Miles Investigation 2 on my Switch. I haven't played it yet. I played the first one. I'm sure I will really like it. I did like the first one. I didn't realize that they came out with the second one on like the Switch release. So I nabbed up the Switch release. I just haven't played it yet. I am very excited for it though. I'm glad to hear that you think I will enjoy it. You like the OST? I really like the OST for Ace Attorney. I need to make some of my own playlists with some of my favorite OSTs, so I stop using like random things on YouTube and can actually listen to ones that I really like listening to. I just wish I could put Persona music into it. Blue for old cart situation? Yeah, except Mothlight acts like they were long time lovers, and she like has to hide. She hides away in ThunderClan camp after he, or in ShadowClan camp after he dies for a whole month. It's crazy. Alrighty, no shading. I'm gonna shade the eyeballs though. Yeah, I guess he did have weird dreams. It's never a good sign. It's kind of a red flag if a guy goes, I've been dreaming about you before you've even met Mothlight. FYI for next time. Midnight's Lament. Do a little bit of shading on these. Hi, Shine. I need to finish Tears of the Kingdom. Does anyone in chat happen to know when the new Pokemon game comes out? It's this month, right? In about a week. Okay. For some reason I thought it was already out, but I think I was just getting a news article about the game and not announcing its release. In a week or two? October 16th. Holy crap, that's close. That's 4 days. I don't want to spend $70 on it. I think eyes can be colored golden, thick eyebrows, sharp teeth, soft skin, thick thigh. 2 spikes go forward, rest of the spikes go back. Okay, I think I'm good. We'll send this to a apocalyptic. And see if it passes the test. Oh, you're still here. Aw. I'm gonna send them to you. Let me know if you want me to adjust anything after you see this. Where do I want it to go to? The commission example folder. So you're sharing the game? That is so fair. I have to pay $70 because I have a Switch 2 that I've already shelled out $500 freaking dollars for, and then they're like, "Well, you have a Switch 2. Well, you're gonna have to shell out another $10." Ay caramba. That's what I say. Maybe I'll just ask for silks. I don't think I've bought in. What other games have I bought this year? That might be the only game from Nintendo that I bought this year. Actually. I brought Bravely Default too, but that one was only $40. I think that's the only Nintendo game I got this year. So I guess that's fine. The Switch 2 is not a scam. It runs everything amazing. It runs Scarlet and Violet really well. I can actually play Scarlet and Violet. And it runs my Fire Emblem games really well. It runs Tears of the Kingdom really well. But my problem with... Hold on. My problem is with specifically Pokemon Legends Z to A is that they've already announced that there's going to be $40 DLC for it. Before the game even comes out. So they're basically telling me that if I like this game, I'm going to be shelling out $110. Which is ridiculous. I didn't buy the DLC for Scarlet and Violet though, so I might not buy the DLC for Legends if I don't like it. I heard that it's going to be more focused on battling, which I don't really like. I liked the Arceus one because it was focused on catching and completing the Pokédex, so I don't even know if I'm going to like Z-Day as much. Like, I liked the exploring of it and all this, like, world building. I liked the designs in Zeta and Arceus, and AAA games are getting expensive. It's just getting ridiculous when you have games that you can put hundreds of hours. Like, the game I have the most amount of hours in, period, over all my devices is Binding of Isaac. I have like over 1,000 hours in it. That game was $20. And Silk Song came out. It's like a 30-40 hour game for $30. So the differences between AAA and like established company title games and like indie games of well-established companies, like the price difference is getting insane. Alrighty, Huli, we will do yours next. We'll save Telia's for the end. I haven't played Silksong yet. I'll probably stick it on my Steam wish list. My sister might get it for me for Christmas. She likes getting my stuff on my Steam game wish lists for Christmas. I haven't finished Hollow Knight. It's the only reason I haven't bought it yet. But yeah, I've heard Silksong is like way longer than Hollow Knight, and Hollow Knight I've been playing for like 20 hours and I haven't finished it, so it's just ridiculous. I just don't understand. And for me, Pokemon games are not games that I play for hundreds of hours, personally. Bat ears. I like this name. And I like the design a lot. I got the olive branches. Or the olive leaves. It's so tiny. Well, the problem with Nintendo is they know they can charge that much because their games are exclusive to consoles, and but Game Freak has not showed me. I mean, Nintendo proper has showed me that yes, Tears of the Kingdom was worth $70, etc., etc. Game Freak has not showed me that any other games are worth any amount of money that they're charging for them. Game Freak lost any credibility of charging more for their games with Scarlet and Violet, for me, personally. Like, that game was horrendous. I could barely play it. I'm not buying the new Pokemon Animal Crossing thingy. Game Freak is not giving me $70 worth of content. Tears of the Kingdom had $70 worth of content. And no DLC, I might add. Just the fact that they're charging me $70 for DLC. I feel like if they were just like $70 and you get everything, we're not planning any DLC, that'd be fine. But no, they're making me pay $70 and being like, we're not even gonna release the whole version of the game for $70. Go be so freaking for real. I don't know. I might not buy it. I don't think I'm gonna get it, man. I don't really want to get it. I really just don't want to get it. Anyway. This is my rant on Game Freak. I'm breaking up with Game Freak. We're getting back together. I'm Gale Star. Game Freak is Stripe. Game Freak is Stripe Star. The DLC before they even released it. That is ridiculous. How do they do that? Like, and they're getting away with it. People don't care. That's just what's crazy to me, is that people don't care. I have a friend that's really into Pokemon. It's like the only game that he plays, basically, is Pokemon. He plays all the mobile games. He buys trading cards. He competitively battles. He's got everything, and he doesn't care. I'll be like, aren't you mad that they're releasing Legend Z to A for $70? He's got to Switch 2 too. I'm like, aren't you mad? And then they're just gonna make you pay $40 more down the line, and he'll just shrug and say, well, it looks fun. I'm like, you're the reason. They're running away with it, my dude. I want to shake you. Nifty with Warrior Cat. He's literally just me. He's literally just me, but like Pokemon is his Warrior Cats. You're right, Neon. I don't like, he was one of my long-term friends. I don't like, it's kind of like you just shake him like, ah! I'm like looking at a mirror, me with Warrior Cats. Oh, they look interesting. I'll buy the figurines. It doesn't matter if it looks like one of them's literally got ran over by a car. They look cute. The consumer. The consumer of it all. You're right. I spend $70 on the minifigures when they come out. Like that's that's fact. I get the full set, and with shipping and everything, I probably spend like 60. I probably spend $70 on the minifigurines. So yeah, it's exactly the same. It's the same, man. I gotta talk to my therapist about this revelation. Yeah, the things we do for our fandoms. Yeah, I don't blame him. I'm just beginning to realize that Pokemon is not. Pokemon used to be my biggest fandom. Before, like, Warrior Cats, before Hamtaro. I mean, Pokemon. And Pokemon is still a very nostalgic hit for me. But I'm beginning to realize I don't have as much loyalty to it as I do other things. And with the limited amount of money I have, you gotta make decisions. And Warrior Cats is above Pokemon in my consumer list. You're too scared to lose interest in Warrior Cat? I've never felt like that. I spent a lot of money on like old fandoms. I've never felt like it had gone to waste per se. I mean, yeah. But that stuff if it brings you happiness in the moment, a lot of fandom stuff can be resold. And you don't like, I have a lot of Evangelion stuff. I was really into Evangelion. And I spent a lot of money on like figurines and stuff, but a lot of that stuff can be resold for the same or more. So investing in fandoms isn't necessarily like you're just wasting money most of the time. A lot of fandom stuff is limited edition. Okay, let's actually focus up with the pose really quick. And then I can start talking again. Yeah, lock in for a minute. Did I switch it to Huli? Is it say I'm working on Hulis? Okay, yeah. Okay, getting ready to pounce with a mischievous smirk. Yeah. I guess I'm only complaining because I've had friends ask me if I'm gonna like play Pokemon Legends with them on release. And I had always imagined that I would. But I don't know, man. And I feel bad because I feel like I've already committed. I haven't bought in it or anything. I feel like I can't just tell them, well, I'm not gonna buy it because it's too much money now. Only 10? Only 10 Warriors related things in your room? You're not too far lost yet then. There's still hope for you. Yeah, I think Finchwing started doing commission streams on Sunday. I think she does like instant doodles though. I do commission streams, but my slots are not filled on Sunday. So I think she does she open the slots on Sunday? I have done that in the past. It starts to get stressful for me to do them without being able to check what the design is. Because I feel like when I get the design right then and there, I have to draw it no matter what. And if it's like a design I don't want to draw, then I just feel awkward like denying it publicly, I guess. That's why I don't do that anymore. Yeah, I used to do the form. It only 10 bucks. She's only charging 10 bucks for doodles? Oh, girl. €10? I mean, even 10 euro or 10 pounds. She's British, right? 10 pounds to dollars. How much is that? That's only 13 bucks. No, she should be charging at least. Honestly, Finch is like way more popular than me. She'd be charging at least 20 bucks for a doodle. I don't know what her doodles look like, but... like, imagine getting Finch wing art. Oh yeah, that's definitely worth 20 bucks. The bragging rights. Big ears, big ears. Name is Bat Ears after all. Remember one time you drew Misu and Finley? Also got Finch art. That's fun. Yeah, I used to do the doodle commission streams. I mean, I have been thinking about doing those. Do you guys know what the doodle... Hold on. Are they in my commission examples? Do they show up every once in a while? Where's Pedal Kid? I've been thinking of doing these ones for maybe like 10 bucks. But... and those would be like instant. I don't know. I feel like I should charge 15. They do start to get kind of complicated. See, the thing is, Pedal Kit is like a pretty easy design. Do I have a like silver? Where's the other one I've done? Hold on. God, I'm getting so distracted today. I'm super sorry, you guys. I'm sorry, Huli. I will get stuff done. I promise. From me has image. I know I sent it to Rin. Where was it? Here it is. So I've done some... Rin has pretty complicated designs. I don't remember how long these took me, though. The key to these is that I can't erase. The lines are the sketch, right? And they're only in like specific poses. They're either laying down like this or they're sitting like this. That's how you have to do them quick. They're like basically your character here's doodles. A lot more doodle. Yeah, she has the one style that's like the big eyes. Like this, right? She has the style like this, right? That's like pretty easy for her to draw in. I wish her the best of luck. I was in Light Bloom stream the other day, who's like a regular in here, and she had a JPEG tuber, PNG tuber. She had one of the like her OC like was bouncing up and down when she talked. And I was like, man, I should get one of those. I don't know where I would put it on my... I'd have to rework... I mean, I'm not opposed to reworking my entire setup. I guess I could put it where, like, my layers thing is. Yeah, they were streaming for a subscriber Q&A, and then they were also working on a map part. $12 for headshot, $16 for full body. Okay, that's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Yeah. I need to raise my prices. Nah, I'm fine. Okay, I need to do mischievous smirk. I feel like I could do the symmetrical headshots as like instant like commission thing. It never Nippy, you put it as chibi on the com, but it never chibi. Chibi went to get milk. Bye. Simplified TV slot, Nifty said. No dynamic poses, she said. I would get bored if I just drew them like sitting all the time though. I like posing them. I need to figure out what I'm gonna do to, like, I want to do something for my members of the channel, too. I'm just gonna render out the head a little bit more. Like, say thanks, other than just the emoji slots. I need to take some of your guys' requests on, like, which characters to either draw or revisit. Well, I only have one character left to draw, so it's like, who do you want me to revisit on, like, the blog or whatever? There's not too many members, so I feel like I could probably keep up with that. Darkleaf would just be like, I need Dark Kit, and I need Darktail as an apprentice, and I need him as in the Dark Forest as a ghost, and I need another Wildcat. Never. A smaller proportion drawing of your character. This is true. I got you pegged, Darkleaf. You're nothing if not consistent. I love all the fluff. Simplified chibi. But then it's like, I'll be like, oh, but if it's a fluffy character, I really like drawing all the fluffiness. Aye. I feel like it's also harder to... I don't know. When I'm on stream, I feel like I want to make it... Ah, man. I want to make it look good. I mean, I always want to make it look good, but... The 4th cup of coffee. I'm on my 2nd cup. I don't know if I have enough for a 3rd. And I probably shouldn't drink a 3rd. I'm like consistently on 2 cups of coffee and I really should not be, so I don't think I need to take a 3rd. I feel like if it's a mischievous, like cats, when they get mischievous like that, their eyes get really big. Like when they get the zoomies. Apple gets the zoomies still. Apple is 16 years old and she still gets the zoomies. They don't last very long. But they never truly grow out of the zoomies. You're seeing my crazy friends tomorrow? Oh good. Oh good lord. I have some friends like that. Let's do the cheek first. And then maybe push this back just a little bit. Whoopsie. Old cat zoomies are silly. Yeah, she's got a little bit of arthritis and she's kind of wobbly, so when she zooms, she's like slip sliding all over. Most of her zoomies just end with her like being halfway under the couch and yelling very loudly and scratching up the couch. Not really scratching it, like destroying it, but she just is like looking up. Oh, and I usually throw some mice at her. Some of her little tiny mices. Mices. I have friends I can't hang out in public because they'll say the most unhinged things. Yeah. I definitely have friends like that. Where I'm like, I would prefer to just hang out in the privacy of the house. I don't know. Those are fun friends to hang out with at cons and stuff. my 50-year-old friends acting like 16-year-olds. Are you like implying, Mion, that I am 50 years old? I don't like your tone. It's my college peers. You have 50-year-old college friends? I feel like I was usually the oldest person from my whole friend group in college. I've always been a pretty late bloomer. But, I mean, I didn't graduate college until I was 24? 2019? Yeah, 24 is when I graduated. Weird, but true. It's nice that you still keep in touch with people from like your mandatory education. I only have one friend from like high school that I still hang out with regularly. It's like honestly pretty impressive. Most of the friends I hang out with regularly are college buddies. I am completely fine with never seeing most of the people from my high school ever again. How do you do, fellow kids? Careful, Zinnia. That's almost exactly how old I am. No, I'm just kidding. I'm 3 years younger than that, but... Anyone here play ClanGen? I know there's a couple of us that play ClanGen. I haven't played in a long time. I did play it on stream at one point. I do remember playing it on stream at one point. Unk status. I plan to stay in touch with my middle school friends even after high school. I mean, you can say that. I don't have any friends, so in middle school... Yeah, I don't keep in touch with any of my friends from middle school. I did meet one of my best friends from high school for like the first time in quite a few years at a convention I was selling at. It was crazy. She's like married now and stuff. I was like, what? Clearly weren't close enough that I got invited to the wedding or anything. Not that I would always prefer not to be invited to weddings. Don't get it twisted. Defending my grandparent friends. I am definitely, I've always been kind of like the, what do you call it? I've always been the friend that you introduce to your parents. Like, I'm very good with parents. And like that generation. Very good at the placating. I remember my P's and Q's. She doesn't have a kid yet, but she is married, which I honestly never thought she would get married. So I was like, whoa. I feel like if she told me she had a kid, I think it would have just been too much. I think I would have keeled over from like absolute bewilderment right then and there. I think parents like me because I've never really been a huge swearer. And I've never really, I don't know. I've always been very polite. I try to make good first impressions. Yeah, that's true, Leon. I will also. I don't like feeling like a burden. Biggest fear. For a children's holiday, and I was like, but I'm 20 years old. I was playing pickleball with the parents of the campsite last weekend. I would classify them as the parents. Pickleball, yeah. It's like the whole new craze. Yeah, this stream's a lot more chill than... We usually don't talk about too much warrior cats. I mean, we obviously do talk about warrior cats, but there's usually a lot more varied conversations on commission stream day. It's like tennis, but for old people. Yeah, I would classify it as like tennis for old people. Well, you play it with two people too, so it's like doubles in tennis. So I think that it's really popular among old people as well because you can play with your spouse. So, I was okay at it. I was kind of a natural, I'm not gonna lie. Just kidding. I was okay at it though. I was just filling in when they needed me. Yeah. What else did I do? I don't know. This week was pretty chill for me. Just been trying to catch up on some art stuff. Did lots of warrior cat animated stuff this week. Yeah, I still live in a rural area. I've always been in one. kind of want to do pumpkin carving this year. I haven't carved a pumpkin in a while and I kind of miss it. Rural is a hard word to say. You always have to think about it a little bit. It's not really a word that rolls off the tongue. Even for somebody that is an English native speaker, it is a pretty rough word in the vernacular. Do you get seasonal changes? Yes, it is. Well, I don't think we're going to get a very pretty fall this year because we didn't get a lot of rain. And if you don't get a lot of rain, the leaves don't really change that much colors. And there's a lot of trees that have already lost all their leaves. There's a lot of leaves on the ground already, so I don't think it's going to be a very pretty fall, but it is. We do get the seasons. Rural. Yeah, it is stinky. But them's the breaks. I remember we got a very pretty fall last year, so. I don't know what the winter is supposed to be like. We didn't get a lot of snow last year. Here. I don't remember ever having to shovel. Snow off the walkway. Sorry, I didn't finish my sentence. Trying to get these eyes to look okay. I don't want him to... I don't think I need the dimples. Gray and rainy here. Ooh. Very good. Very nice to hear. Well, I noticed that the trees started changing colors quite quickly. I remember them being starting to fall off in in September, which is not something you typically see. I wish we got snow. It's crazy to me that some people have never seen snow in real life before. Wild. Hey, Light Blooms, we were talking about you earlier. I'm trying to think of stuff I've never seen in real life. His bat tooth first? Oh, yeah. Never seen snow in real life. Crazy to me, some people have never experienced 55 degrees Celsius weather. I experienced for the first time like 100 degrees weather in no humidity. That was wild. I guess I've never experienced a monsoon. I've never experienced a hurricane. Never seen a kangaroo before. I think I've seen them at zoos. $55 is crazy. Hold on, let me check what 55 is. Celsius to Fahrenheit. That is 131. Crazy. I had to evacuate when I was on vacation once. 100 is only 35? Yeah, 37. 55 degrees Celsius is 131 degrees Fahrenheit. Never seen a coyote? Oh, we have coyotes here. I think coyotes are a North American thing though, aren't they? They're all over? Oh, interesting. Capybara? I don't know if we have capybaras. I know they're in the zoos. I thought they were from Australia, no? Yeah, are you in Australia, Mian? You're in Australia, right? No? Brazil. Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't know what I was thinking of then. I think there's a similar marsupial. I mean, that's not kangaroos. Don't get snow during Christmas. I do find that crazy. I find it crazy that people in Australia, like, Christmas is in the summer. I think it's just because Christmas here, like, in all the songs and everything, it's just synonymous with, like, a blanket of snow, cold weather, hot chocolate. Like, there's so much stuff about Christmas that's about cold weather. And, like, the warmth of, like, company and all that stuff, you know? And, like, the joy of... I don't know. It's just crazy. Untangle ghost lights. Does anyone here decorate for Halloween? We don't decorate for Halloween. A lovely Christmas swim. You do in your bedroom? Put out jack-o'-lanterns? I don't think we ever decorated for Christmas or we decorated for Christmas. I love decorating for Christmas. But I don't think as a kid we ever did Halloween decorations. We did. So I would go camping for Halloween and we would decorate our campsite. So that's not true. We did do Halloween decorations, just not at my house. It was at the campsite. Our apartment is always decorated for Halloween. I have skulls everywhere because anthropologist. But I do have a skeleton wreath I put up, and then I get the Santa hat for Christmas. There are houses around here that'll have skeletons that they leave in their yard all year round, and they just decorate the skeletons for various holidays. I find that commitment admirable. Sans Undertale? Yes. It's more likely than you think. There was this one guy, well, I don't know if it was a guy, I don't know who lived in the house. There was this one house. They had a skeleton that was like a 2-story tall skeleton. This skeleton had to be like 20 feet tall. I'm not even joking. Crazy big skelly in this guy's yard. Like, it probably reached up to their 2nd story of the house. Yeah. 40 foot tall? I don't know how big this thing was, but it was a very big. Slenderman found dehydrated. That'd be crazy. Can you imagine? So, have any of you guys seen Stranger Things? Isn't there that giant, long, spider, spindly, like, creature that's bigger than a house in Stranger Things? Can you imagine if somebody, like, dedicated their yard, like, behind their house, they tried to, like, build something like that? Oh my gosh, that would be crazy. There's people that go crazy for Christmas and lights everywhere. Yeah, I feel like no one really does too much for either holiday around here. The houses are very far apart around here though, so I don't know. I love Epona's song. Most people don't decorate for any holiday other than Christmas. I definitely go all out for Christmas. I love Christmas. Everyone just seems like they're in a little bit of a better mood around Christmas. Christmas is overrated? Okay. We got some edgy boys in chat. Feel like you only think Christmas is overrated when you, like, don't want to feel the joy. Christmas combines everything I need into a holiday. I get good food, I get to see my family, I get to make cookies, I get to decorate a cool Christmas tree. I love the pine smell. Everything smells like nice and pine and balsam and cedar and woody. I get songs I can just, like, sing my heart out to. And everyone is just a little happier. Even working, like, retail during Christmas, I still like Christmas. You don't need snow for Christmas. I'm gonna tell you this right now. It usually doesn't snow before Christmas here in Ohio. We usually get our first snows maybe in, like, January. The vibes are cozy. My sweater weather, aka like 90% of my closet, I can now wear it. You have no idea. Okay, how do I... Thank you. I like Halloween more aesthetically, but I do like Christmas. I'm used to not because my birthday's right next to it. Yeah. I understand. He's so stinky. I love these colors. Every single one of your characters, Huli, are like the prettiest colors. You have an eye. Let's see how to draw this, though. Let's get his face mask first. Tinsel? I don't think I've ever done... So we don't do tinsel because I think if a cat eats it, it can really mess up their... Like, it can really mess up their intestines. It can get stuck and stuff. We can't do carnations. Carnations are poisonous to animals. But I like decorating with, like, natural, like, wood and, red and white. I like decorating with, and like a woody color. Wood, red, and white. Frosted wood. But it snowed so bad in the lake area effect, I ended up going over to my parents' a day early. Yeah. I just like Christmas, man. I feel like you have a lot of nostalgia for Christmas too, because when you're a kid, it's like, that is like the holiday, man. You get presents, you get cool food, you get so much like stuff that you've been waiting all year for. You get the Santa. It's like, that is your holiday as a kid. That's the one you just can't wait for. So it's just nostalgic. Fake doves growing up. Ripped all the feathers off. They're silly. The Longest Night? I haven't read it in a hot minute. I should probably read it again. I know what short you're talking about. We didn't play Elf on the Shelf. Yeah, we did do Elf on the Shelf when I was younger. I'm trying to think of what we did. Well, I always loved the advent calendars. Advent calendars were some of my favorite thing. Yeah, I always liked the advent calendar. I'm the type of person that's like, well, I went to Home Depot the other day because I want to repaint this building. I want to repaint this room, so, but they already had their Christmas stuff out, and oh my gosh, man, I'm so excited. I love wrapping presents. Wrapping presents is like, I love wrapping presents. I love how creative you can get when you're wrapping presents. I love a good wrapped present. I write all of the Christmas cards for our family. I just like Christmas, man. What am I looking at? Okay. The elves scared me. See, we didn't do Elf on the Shelf. So I don't really understand the point of Elf on the Shelf. That is not nostalgic to me. Does he give you presents or something? Elf would hide every night and then you would find him. Is there like, does he have a little bit, does he have a little bit like of candy or something? If you find him, he's got like candy in his arms. I've never, wait, Archie the talking, I don't think I did. Archie the talking snowman. Is he at the, oh, he's in Akron. No. Never saw Archie. Trying to think. I did the Columbus Zoo's Christmas lights quite a few times when I was younger. Would report to Santa if you were good or bad. See, I was just told that Santa knows. There was no reporter. He just is he universally just knows. Elf on the Shelf spies on you. Yeah, that is a little bit ominous, is not? Light up red. That sounds like a mascot horror concept right there. Untapped mascot horror potential. Put fake candles. Kept trying to throw them away. You just wrecked your house? It's just your parents, like, moving them around, right? I doubt your parents would wreck their own house. My mom... Okay, so... My mom did this when I was younger. She apparently bought, like, 10 rolls of this wrapping paper, and it was Santa's wrapping paper. She bought enough rolls to be able to wrap every single one of me and my sister's presents for like however long we believed in Santa, and she only used that wrapping paper for Santa. And so it made it quite believable that it was Santa every year because he would keep the same exact wrapping paper every year. The dedication my mom had to keeping the dream alive is unparalleled. But at the same time, it was her downfall. Because my story of how I found out Santa wasn't real was that me and my sister would make cookies for Santa, you know, and lay them out. And the morning that the morning Christmas came up, and I went downstairs and I checked out if the cookies were eaten or whatever. And Santa had left a note, and Santa had suspiciously the exact same handwriting as my mom. And that's how I knew. I was like, this is not... My entire worldview shattered. Yeah. She had really recognizable handwriting. Yep. Do you think Nightmare Before Christmas was a Halloween movie or a Christmas movie? I don't know because I never really watch it at any point. I think I've watched it maybe once. I would say that I probably feel more in the mood to watch it during Halloween. Your sister told you the truth? Well, I was the bigger sister, right? So I had no sisters to tell me the truth. I was the big sister. And I did not tell my sister that I knew. I heard my parents were wrapping presents. So, I never got... Okay. My parents did not... Santa would bring me and my sister maybe like 2 presents. A lot of my presents were still labeled to be from mom and dad. And then Santa would bring you like maybe 2. Right? Because I know a lot of people are like, oh, I don't want to tell my kid that Santa isn't real because then they won't appreciate like their parents and like all that they're doing for them. But I guess I didn't realize that some parents will make it so that it seems like you never got a single present from your parents, because mine always had presents from Santa and presents from mom and dad. So I feel like if I saw my mom wrapping presents, I'd be like, oh, well, she's wrapping presents. I wouldn't immediately think, oh, Santa isn't real. The Hello Kitty map. I've never heard of this. I really need to get on the map craze again. Santa got me like 1 and the parents did the rest. Yeah. Pretty much. And then I would always get pissed because Santa would only bring me... I wouldn't get pissed. I remember at one point, the babysitter kid got like 10 presents from frickin' Santa. And I would be there like, I was a way better kid and Santa only brought me 1 present. This is rigged. Life isn't fair. Yeah, the babysitter... I feel like babysitter sons are like the most insufferable creatures. They're some of the most insufferable people. The babysitter kid, man, he didn't let me play any games. Me and my sister wanted to play Kirby Air Ride with him so bad. We weren't allowed to play it. And then me and my sister put together our allowance money and bought it for ourselves. Because he would never let us play. And you know what? I stole his toys. I have some of his toys. Probably still in boxes. He was getting like 10 presents from Santa. I stole his Pokemon toys. The Hello Kitty map was in production for like 5 to 6 years. They are finishing older. I used to listen to the map call during lockdown. The Hello Kitty, is that a Sleek Whisker mat? I'm slowly trying to remember what it is. Was it Sleek Whisker? Did she have little hearts? Nifty never thought that's maybe why she didn't get as many presents from Santa. You know what? That is probably true. It was Sleek Whisker. Okay. Did she have little hearts on her, cheeks? Maybe I do know what that map is. And the blood is pink. Okay, yeah. Yes. Who hosted that originally? Maybe I don't want to know. The ghosting map has been... Oh god, I'm in that server. I remember helping finish the final part. And then it never finished because I think the host never did the intro part or something. Like, I specifically remember helping a lot of people finish their parts for that map. Wait, Luxie's... Wait, hold on, I'm in that server. Oh yeah, the server has been... Wait, Luxie? Whatever. The server is not active, so I don't know where that map is getting made because it's not in the ghosting server. Which seems kind of like... I don't believe they ever told us, like, hey, go to... Yeah, ghosting was completely finished in June of 2022. In the server, and then it never posted. Pretender, I'm in that map server. And nothing is really happening in it. There hasn't been any new whips and Pretender for 10 months. Yeah, so that's why I kind of like lost faith that that map would ever be finished, because literally all the parts were finished 3 years ago. I don't know, man. This is why I've kind of lost faith. I kind of lost faith in the community to like finish projects. I don't know, when I'm a host, I'm like constantly editing so that when the final part gets in, there's minimal editing that I have to do before I can post the full thing. Well, it's not being hosted in the server that it was being hosted in. And no one ever told me that it was being rehosted. So I don't know what their game plan was. Because I feel like if it was being rehosted, I would have helped finish ghosting. Which kind of peeves me that they didn't even tell any of the participants that have finished their part that was in the original server that, hey, this is being rehosted, and if you want to help finish parts, then please join this new server or something like that. Because I feel like as a participant that's already finished their part, I have a lot of motivation to help finish the whole project. As would a lot of people in the server. So I just, like, you're kind of making it harder on yourself by not telling us that you're rehosting it. It doesn't really peeve me off. I just feel like it's like a miscalculation. It doesn't really... It just seems kind of like a really wasted opportunity. Because when I finished my ghosting part, I immediately went into helper mode, and I was helping people do their layouts and their backgrounds and editing and doing shots that they didn't want to do. And so, until the map was finished, and then it was finished, and they said, hey, we're going to go into editing stages, and then we heard nothing from them as like a participant. Like, they never posted whips of their editing. I don't know. Kind of just feels like a misorganization for me. In my experience, typically people that have finished parts for maps are more willing to help finish the rest of the parts than others. Golden is going smoothly though, and so is Forgotten Memories. Ooh, excited. Yeah, I want to keep them mostly the same, but I'm trying to think of how I want to. I like the softness. I think what I'm going to do is this. And then... See, I would do that. I would do the whip with all the unfinished parts. I wouldn't make it public, but I would every single week for Everything Moves and for Star Clans Chosen. This is what I'm saying. Like, I was editing as parts were coming in, right? Because for me personally, what keeps my motivation up is seeing the finished product become more and more completed. So I would be editing together parts with storyboards and all this stuff, and every single week when I would ask for updates to make sure people weren't ghosting the project, I would also say, here's the whip for this week, where you could watch the current progress of the entire map, whips and all. I did not publicly share that. A couple of times I think the whip got publicly shared, and I politely requested people to take it down. It's not worth it. It's not like a drama thing. I just think that it's kind of a wasted... The whole entire ghosting thing, I just... seems like a wasted opportunity is all. I mean, if it gets done, it gets done. I just feel like they're choosing the hard road. And it seems crazy that, cause, oh man, it just seems crazy. Yeah. It just seems crazy because you guys would have to come in here. Now that I know that the ghosting server that I'm in is not active, you guys would have to come in here and probably tell me, because didn't even know where it's going to be hosted, because that ghosting map was rehosted a lot of times, because I think the first person left the fandom and I don't remember why. But it got rehosted a couple of times. But you guys would have to come in here and tell me, hey, ghosting got finished, because I don't even know who's hosting. It just seems like really weird. I'm sure I'm not the only one in that server that would happen to. Anyway. Kind of wish these people that were rehosting the maps would... I don't know. At least use the same Discord servers. Devil's Backbone won't be rehosted. Light Blooms. Trust me, I've tried. I'll leave it at that. Back when, I think it was around the time that I was trying to convince Ray to finish Roxanne. One was successful and one was not. Well, I also agree with that, Una. That's why I try well, back in 2016-ish, I was trying to get as many of those, like, old, unfinished, really hyped up projects done. Like, from that generation. Before they got too old, because there's a point where a map becomes too old, and then you fall into the trap of asking the participants to be like rehosting the map, and then you tell the participants, well, the participants all want to remake their part, and then you're just back to square one. Man, it's crazy out here. And another problem with re-hosting those old maps is your skill level. The skill level between parts might be... there's just so many things you have to think about when you're doing stuff. Hosting maps is hard work. Because a lot of old maps were done when the skill level between people, like animators and stuff, was a lot more... It was a lot closer. Whereas nowadays, I feel like the skill between animators is it's a pretty drastic difference. And you don't want to make those old parts feel too bad. Hosting the map in her own server? Okay. Well, I hope it gets done. But like I said, all the parts were done in 2022, so it'll be interesting to see how many of those parts. Like, I just don't understand how she's getting the parts. Is she in the ghosting server? Like, I just don't understand. Okay, she is in the ghosting server. She never told any of us that it was going to be hosted. I don't know, man. Crazy stuff. I feel like rehosting maps is thankless work though, so I'm glad it's getting done. I don't think you should be intimidated by hosting a map like Blooms. You just have to think like this is supposed to be fun. Not every map has to be a work of art. A lot of people, I think the problem with the map community nowadays is a lot of people forget that it's supposed to be a fun thing. And it's not supposed to be like a high stress thing, but it becomes a high stress thing because you kind of also do put a target on your back. So yeah, maybe it is kind of stressful. It is stressful to keep, well, it is, the stressful part for me is keeping all of the participants, like, doing their weekly check-ins and not ghosting me. That's the stressful part for me. Is when I get strung along. I'm like, am I a joke to you? My favorite holiday. Definitely Christmas. I like Christmas. I do like Thanksgiving. I like food. I like the food holidays. See you, Munch. Thanks for stopping in. Chest is back to hurting today. I don't have Thanksgiving. I'm laughing at you in the most American accent ever. Well, I don't... Okay, so to be fair, I'm probably in the minority of people that don't actually follow Luxie's channel. I don't think I follow her channel. She is a pretty prominent figure, but she usually just does OC maps, right? Has she ever done like a proper... Not proper. Like a canon Warrior Cat map? She just does stuff with her OCs, right? A maple shade one? Okay. I believe you. I just know that she's much more popular for her OC stuff. She has not read very many. Has she read Dawn of the Clans? It would make me sad if she hadn't read Dawn of the Clans and she's rehosting Ghosting. I hope she has. It's good. I recommend her to read it. Yeah, she's read Dawn of the Clans. She's probably read Prophecies Begins. That's really all you need. I feel like if I was making Warrior Cat OCs, I would want to read all of Warrior Cats just to make sure that I'm not accidentally like copying a Warrior Cat idea. I would be like terrified of people going, they did this in the Warrior Cats universe already. And being like, oh my god, now people are gonna think I'm copying them. That's just me being anxious, though. I know a lot of people have already gotten pissed because Moonpaw is kind of like some of their characters. I've gotten to the point where I don't care too much if names are copied. Fair enough. I wouldn't just do the names. I would be, like, afraid that, like, of story points, I guess. Well, if ghosting gets done, you guys are going to have to send it to me because I want to see it. And I need to add it to my finished maps I participated in list. That's been gathering dust for quite a few years at this point. I think the last one that was added to it was probably StarClan's Chosen? Fairy Tales. See, I don't really read any Warrior Cat fanfics. Except for my good friends. And a lot of theirs are like semi-canon stuff. Like, it's not a completely unique story. It's like supposed to be said within the realms of like canon characters and things. I don't like that. What time is it? 3:40. I don't know if we'll finish both of Telia's today. Hopefully we do. None of them are shaded, so... that'll help for sure. Hollyleaf, Starflower. Fair enough, fair enough. What do you guys think is the character that has the most amount of maps about them? A lot of production. Maple Shade. Firestar. Hollyleaf. Firestar. Ivy Pool? I was gonna say Ashfur or Maple Shade. See, the problem with Firestar maps is I think... are there, like, Firestar maps, or are they just, like, the Prophecies Begins maps? Like, with Scourge and stuff like that. You know? Okay, Huli, I think Bat Ears is done. Let me send them your way so you can check them out. Let me add some whiskers, actually. Have I listened to Crossfire by Steven? I don't think so. Isn't there a map list? Like a spreadsheet? Does it organize by characters? Ears flat. Like, I feel like Let me send this over to you. You can check it out in HD. Oh, I'm glad you like them. Let me know. I'm sending you a shaded and a flat version. Alrighty. And so now it's just Telia. Okay, so Telia has 2 characters. Let me look. So, I think I was honestly gonna say either Ashfur, see, it's like Ashfur is in a lot of maps, but do you do Ashfur maps or do you do Hollyleaf maps? Yeah. The fire scene is probably the most heavily animated scene in all of Warrior Cats. But the fire scene can be in multiple different maps. It can be in Squirrel Flights, it can be in Hollyleaf, it's usually in Hollyleafs, it's usually in Ashfurs, it's usually in Leaf Pool maps. I actually have an idea for an Ashfur map that doesn't include the fire scene, you guys. What do you think about them apples? Well, it's the broken code Ashfur. I'm just tired of, like, Power of 3 Ashfur. The world does not need any more Power of 3 Ashfur. Okay, Samba. Pretty much all of my ideas are not... All my ideas for maps lately have been A Vision of Shadow or Dawn of the Clans Plus. I'm just tired of interacting with the Prophecies Begins to Omen of the Stars. I'm tired. I want something new. I don't want holographic meatloaf for dinner again. Little Seeing Eye Squidrone. Affectionately Canadian Lynx. Do lynxes have law? Yeah. Well, that's not super true. I mean, I don't mind working in older arcs, but I don't want to, like, I don't want to use the ideas. I don't know. I don't want to do another Ashfur map. I mean, I don't mind working in older maps as long as I'm like as long as I'm doing an idea. I mean, my PMV I'm working. I just feel like there's an untapped potential of newer arcs. It's just easier to come up with more unique ideas, I feel like. That feel fresh. Oh, Light Blooms, do you want... I trust I trust you. Do you want to hear what my Ashfur map could be? Maybe somebody else, I trust you. I think this one was... Sons of Laughter? How many... Take Me Down by Sons of Laughter with 530 views. God dang, man. Here you go. This is my ash for broken code. Please tell me it's not great. Totally not the same exact album that the Frostfall map is going to be from. By the way. Chibi. I always have to think Chibi with Telias. Otherwise, it becomes like an actual full body. Like, Bat Year is still kind of Chibi. This one is pretty Chibi. Thinking Chibi. I feel like we need an emoji that's just like a chibi. It's just like a really tiny chibi. I do want the legs to be very long though. It's a lynx. Shut up, Norton. This is not a chibi. A chibi of... Oh god. Okay, chibi find like really complicated designs is like the hardest thing ever though. That's the thing, is Telia's designs are pretty complicated, so it honestly, it takes way more brain power to try to chibi them than it does to just draw them like normally. Most of the time. Fuzzy. Does it only have 2? I guess it only has 2. I thought for a second it would have 4. Dude, did Rin... Yeah, Rin drew this. I'm like, Rin definitely drew this. What makes a chibi a chibi? Usually it's got a big head. That is one of them. I don't know. I've seen chibis that don't have like a simplified body. That's why it specifically says simplified chibi. But then sometimes I'll simplify and then like every once in a while I'll get somebody on stream that's like, well, actually, can you re-add that in? Can you make it? And they just want it to be more complicated. And then I'm like, okay. I succumb to peer pressure. Hey, Queen. I don't know, man. Life is hard. Whoopsies. Oh no, you guys are gone too. There you are. Let's see. And then this is a Canadian Lynx. Oh my gosh, what if Luxie had just like uploaded Ghosting? Dude, it would be fate. We conjured it into existence. God, my posture. How long? On the top of a maps, you guys. Realistically, okay, hold on. Let me rephrase this in my mind really quick. Okay. When you guys see a new map call get posted, how long approximately do you assume that map is going to take to get finished? Does that make sense? What is in your brain, Or are you completely nihilistic and kind of assume that it's not going to get finished? 5 months. Okay. About a year. A couple months. Nowadays, maybe 6 to 12. 10 years. Maybe a few months. Probably a year or two. Okay, interesting. Year minimum. Okay. I'm wondering if that's also a reason why people are, like, they don't want to host maps anymore. Because when you host a map, you're kind of assuming in your mind that you're going to be dealing with it for a whole year. Whereas back then in 2015, I feel like you kind of assumed it'd probably be taking over your life for maybe like 3 months, you know? Depends on the complexity and popularity. Do you think it depends on the hoster? Like, if you get a specific map released by somebody... Okay, what about, like, for example, if I posted a map call, how long does it matter who posts it? Yes. Okay. Interesting. Do you feel better? I'm literally just like 20 questioning to you guys. Do you guys feel better when there's when it's a host, if it's a new host, if there's a co-host that is more experienced in hosting and has finished multiple projects on their own? Do you guys feel better about joining those? Does it matter to you if you join a project if it's a new host or if it's not a new host? When you join maps, are you expecting the project to get done as well? I'm literally just like 20 questioning to you guys. I'm trying to get a feel for... Like back in 2015, you joined maps because you expected them to get done. First off, that does play a part in just getting the parts list filled. If someone has experience hosting, I expect a shorter turnaround time. The host has done loads of maps. I think it would take less time. I've never joined a co-hosted one. I hope for it to be done, but I don't really expect it. I feel like a lot of people don't expect maps to get finished anymore, and I think that's also a struggle. Back in 2015, people joined maps expecting them to be finished. And I feel like the community needs to get back on that. Most of the participants are going to school or working people. Well, yeah, in 2015, we also were all going to school or working. Some of us were doing both. But it's on my feed and done, and it's like, oh, new map done. Yeah, back in 2015, people were like following parts getting posted and stuff. I'm trying to figure out how the atmosphere has changed. And if it's led to... Back then, when I saw maps not just participated in, I expected... When I saw the maps not just participated, I expected them to get done. There were a lot of parts that did not get done. But I will say, if you look at like map parts versus maps I finished in, there is a pretty good degree of maps that did get done. don't really join. Trying to figure out just what has changed, because people... I think that the issue is not just that people are going to school now and people are working, but people are putting a lot more effort in and I think sometimes hosts are expecting people to put a lot more effort into projects. I think that the artists fall into the trap of every single piece has to be better than the last. And with maps, that's slowed the production time down so much because people... I mean, there was a lot of ghosting and dropping of parts back then. But there was a select few of us that would pick up parts and help others finish, and I think that there are people like that now. I think there are project servers that will do that. It's just kind of evolved. Because at the end of the day, when a part gets dropped, you want to give it to somebody that you are close to, that you trust to actually like keep in touch with you, and that is willing to collaborate with you as the hoster, you know? When it's like the last few parts. I feel like hosts are looking for experience and quality. See ya, Huli. Having a good portfolio. See, whenever I do the applications for my maps, okay, first of all, I do them because the comment system on YouTube is horrible. But I also do it, I don't expect people to post like full-on portfolios. I accepted a lot of people because they just have YouTube. They just posted their YouTube channel. All I'm expecting is people to have a YouTube channel. I guess I haven't really looked at calls anytime lately. I feel like my requirements have not changed at all since I've hosted. There are so many. There's a lot of maps back in 2015, I feel like. Some people were on like 30, 40 maps. Yep, reference image, photos, real life cats. Even like if you're learning anatomy, feel free to trace cats. Trace the pose a couple times and then like just use it as a reference and kind of get a feel for it. See, I don't know if looking at cats' bone structure is the most helpful. So cats have a lot of muscle. Some of my favorite types of cats to reference are like Russian blues. So if you look up a Russian blue, they're all grayscale, right? And they have pretty short fur, so it's really easy to see the way that their fur lies. And because they're grayscale, it's easier to use as a reference other than like a black cat or a white cat. Looking at videos is helpful, yep. I think the issue is that people don't know how to host. I feel like I want to do like a hosting crash course. I feel like my issue is I see a lot of people that host multiple maps at the same time. I think that is an issue. Because then as a hoster, you're getting overwhelmed and you're getting stretched thin. And I understand that if you're a hoster, in my experience, if you host more than one map, you're being stretched so thin on both projects that you either completely neglect one, and it's typically the later one for the newest one, and that one never gets done. I think that's one of the big issues, is that people will host maps, and it's not that the fact that participants don't even really expect the map to get done. I feel like some hosters never expect their map to get done, and that's... If you as a host don't expect it to get done, then you can't expect, like, you're the one that has to keep the project alive. You're responsible for it. You have to have faith in your own project, otherwise, how do you expect anyone else to have any faith in it? I suppose. I might. I would love for maps to get done on time. Not on time per se. I mean, I usually do soft deadlines. I can tell people how I host my maps. I have finished all of my maps. I don't want there to be like a standardized way of hosting maps, but I definitely feel like there are some pitfalls that I find hosts falling into personally. One of them is, if you have a part in your own map, you better dang well finish by your own deadline that you set everyone else. Because if you don't finish by your own deadline, then how in the heck are you expecting anyone else to? I've been in maps where the host hasn't even lifted a finger or sent any whips at all while everyone else is busting their butt. And then it's like, well, what do you... You're gonna get mad that somebody decided not to do anything? You haven't been doing anything. You gotta lead by example. That's one of the biggest faux pas I've seen in hosting. The other one is not keeping tabs on the people that have parts. Letting people ghost you is unacceptable. You gotta be a little bit annoying. People ask to join your map. You probably stated in the rules that it would require, like, you not to ghost the project. So you are within your means to come looking after people if they are ghosting you. And you need to be able to set strict deadlines. You've got to be willing to drop somebody that has an amazing animation style, an amazing project, like, and an amazing whip and everything, if they're not... If they're not communicating with you. Communication, in my opinion, is much more important than the quality of your work. So in Everything Moves, I did not have my own part. Amber, I did do the end credits card, but I purposely did not give myself a part because I was consistently helping others with their parts. I was doing backgrounds, I was giving critiques, I was helping people with boarding, I was helping... I left myself open so that I could help people. So that is also a thing. You can also do that. But as a host, you're probably working... I don't know. It's a thankless job. But yeah. Being willing to help participants... It's a lot easier to bug people to give you whips if you're also putting yourself out there to be like, let me help you. Let me find someone to help. If you don't like my... If you don't think my background style, if you don't think my color style, or if I don't have the program that you're using, they'll let me find you someone that does, that I think would work well with you, you know, stuff like that. Well, so I do weekly updates as well. I've done weekly updates ever since everything moves. And it's a lot easier. I have a helper rule. In all my maps, I have a helper rule. So that if somebody needs help, I have a tag that people can join that I'll just tag in. I usually keep track of what programs people are using. When they want to join the helper rule, I'll ask what programs you have and what you're willing to help with, and I have a document for that. I usually say, hey, I don't need a whip every single week, but I need you to at least, like, just say here to me so that I know you're still on Discord and you're still looking and you still remember that you're in this project. And then if they don't check in for 3 weeks straight, then I'm going into their DMs and saying like, hey, just checking in. And making sure that you... I don't need a whip. I just need you to not ghost me. I don't have a deadline per se. So for StarClan's Chosen and Everything Moves, I had a week deadline for the boards. When you got your part, I said a week deadline. I said, you get your part, you have a week to make your initial boards. That was because after the initial boards were done, I edited it all together, and then people can make adjustments accordingly and go on with finishing their parts. I said it as a week because typically the excitement for doing your part is at its peak at the very beginning when you join that server. So it's fairly easy to keep people motivated to do their boards in the first week. So I find a week is plenty of time for somebody to put in their initial scribble boards. I'm not expecting the cleanest boards ever. I mean, I'm just expecting something so that you have you have an idea of what you want to do with the part. For Everything Moves, there was one part that I helped with boarding because they wanted help. But yes, I feel like being able to connect, even if you don't feel confident that you're going to be able to help people, being able to confidently connect somebody with another person to help them is very important. Because just bouncing ideas off of somebody sometimes, or being able to pass off an animation that you've looked at for too long, to just color it. Yeah, well, in my experience, it's very, 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 very hard to revive a dead map project as the host if you haven't been there. It becomes increasingly more and more uncomfortable to start DMing people that haven't checked in for months and like expecting them to all of a sudden respect your deadlines and stuff when you haven't really been checking in for a while and stuff like that. Like, can I really blame people for not checking in when the previous hoster never did it, you know? That's why I think rehosting is a pretty thankless job. Yep, if you don't do boards yourself. I find that I've never had an issue with people ghosting the project within the first week. Most people will get their boards to you within a couple days. Because usually if they've applied for that part, they probably already have a clear idea of what they want to board. Yeah, that's fine. And then typically after that, I'm just expecting weekly updates. I don't expect anyone to give me weekly whips. Some people will update you for months saying, hey, I've just been busy with college. And then usually I'll let it slide until maybe like 75% of the map is done. And then that's when you start really like being like, okay, we've got to start getting this in high gear. And you need to... I mean, I'm not going to show you guys my entire... I had a whole spreadsheet, and every single week I would check mark who was sending me stuff. I kept tabs on that. And then the last couple parts... I find the last couple parts are usually somebody that refused help the entire time, even though typically as a hoster, you can tell once it's like 75% done, you kind of can tell who's going to be the last parts, you know? So I kind of force myself upon, I'm like, look, here's the facts. You are not going to get this done within a good amount of time. You need to have a helper. Even if your helper is just helping you with, like, coloring or something. Like, you kind of just have to be, like... force the help upon some people, man. The receipts. They aren't, like, receipts, but it's just, like, I would show... I don't know, yeah. I would like to tell people how to host maps because I feel like they're very unique to the fandom and I would like them not to die. There's something that the Warrior Cats fandom has that's like super unique. But now maps are just so heavily pre-produced at the same time. I feel like... And a lot of the really popular maps nowadays are heavily pre-produced, so I feel like budding map hosters are expecting that they are going to have to pre-produce as hard as those ones, and you don't have to. You don't have to have boards. You don't have to have, like, crazy designs. Like, you don't have to have color keys and color scripts. Some of the most popular maps back in the day they had just scripts, man. Five Giants only had a script. I think that the leaders had, like, I think the only thing that was a set design was that the leaders had to have a star on their pelt or something. I think that was the only thing. I don't know. I would like it not to die. I have a vested interest. I feel like a lot of younger kids are just moving to TikTok, though. Younger kids, like, don't even watch YouTube anymore, man. That's not true. Maybe they do both. I'm not sure. I have no idea. I kind of wish servers... I almost wonder if a server doing like a draw party for a map where it's like, hey, this every 4th Friday of the month while the map is going is like a draw party where we all just work on our parts together or something like that. That might be fun. Kind of wonder about that. I wonder if that would be good. A lot of people are shy, but I think it could work to help keep up the motivation. Even just like every other week. I mean, you could do every week, but not everyone's gonna join. Well, yeah, because people are just like expecting... I don't know. People just be expecting it nowadays. Hey, Nathaniel. I think my least favorite part about hosting a map is honestly like finding participants. But it's because I'm in a position where I don't have problems finding participants, but I hate denying people, I guess. It's like the worst part. Okay. Let's do the color. See ya, Mop. You have exams. Well, good luck on your exams. See ya, Mail. Didn't realize my TV was on a minute time delay. Oops. I don't think I've ever watched a YouTube stream on my TV. Okay. I definitely watch YouTube on my TV, but I don't know if I've ever watched a stream. I guess I have, probably. I do like watching, I usually watch streams on my, probably on my phone. Because usually when I'm watching streams, I'm doing other stuff like chores and stuff, so I'm moving around a lot, so usually the phone is the way to go for me. Watching on my phone. You get too distracted. Ah. Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Do you guys only watch streams on YouTube, or do you guys watch streams on Twitch too? Just YouTube? I think YouTube is a better streaming experience if you're not like a subscriber to the Twitch channel, because Twitch ads are insane if you're not a subscriber. They're like 5 minutes long. Well, Twitch on mobile sucks anyway. Twitch is really only good on your computer. They made Twitch on mobile like horrendous last year, and I don't really think they ever changed it back. Or it might have been earlier this year. I remember watching a lot of Twitch on mobile until they made this like change to their app that made it pretty much impossible to like easily see who on your follower list was like streaming. Seven ads for pre-roll, yeah. So, and for Twitch, the only way to keep pre-roll ads off is if you play ads every 30 minutes, I think. Maybe it might be every hour. And it's like you get 7 pre-roll ads when you're just like trying to see if you're even gonna like the stream. And then you're sitting there like, it's not even worth it for me to look, because I have to sit through here, and then if I don't like the stream, then I just wasted all my time doing the pre-roll ads. Ay. YouTube Premium. Yeah, I don't have YouTube Premium, but I do have ad block. Smiles. Evilly. Twitch feels too active for you. I do find that Twitch chats... I don't know. I feel like YouTube is better for lurkers. Just period. Twitch definitely does have a lot more ways to interact. Like, you've got the point system, you've got bits and stuff like that, but if you're a lurker, you don't really need any of those. And I'm a lurker. Do you have any recommendations for a shelf? How many Warrior Cat books do you have? How big of a shelf do you need? You need a pretty big shelf if you have lots of Warrior Cat books. Type of shelf? Right now I'm looking for a bookshelf, but it's kind of an open bookshelf from IKEA. And I'm just getting it because I like the aesthetic. Right now my Warrior Cat books are on like one of those, they're in those cubes. Hello, Grandma. Hopefully you're not an evil grandma like in the cookie clicker games. Raise his eyebrow. You have the Power 3, Own a Star, Vision Star, Tiger Shadow. So, I personally... I give money to grandkids. Well, that's good. That is a good grandma. I think you... Are you planning on getting a lot more Nightmare, or do you... Or is that pretty much all that you're ever gonna get? Because the thing with Warrior Cats is that you can never have too big of a bookshelf. Because there's so many books. But with the cubicles, you can stack them behind each other. So if you have like a deeper bookshelf, you can stack them one on top of each other. If life gives you cookies, save them. Use it for something important. Cookies equal money. Thank you. I have a lot of cookies right now. From my great aunt. She gave me coconut cookies. So if you get like a deeper bookshelf, you will be able to stack them. That's been working for me lately. So inspirational. Very. Okay, and then I just need to do the... Okay, the claws, they're slightly brown. I've definitely preferred YouTube streams to Twitch streams. The other thing I like about YouTube streams is that Twitch streams kind of disappear after a while. YouTube streams never disappear unless I delete them personally. I think I can set them to like auto delist themselves, but I don't do that. Okay. Let's see what we can do here with the markings. The face markings on Telia's designs are always the ones that give me pause. I gotta make sure that they're perfect. Pun intended there. You're very methodical. And the face designs are always the ones where I'm like, man, I can tell that they're done in Adobe Animate and it makes me wish. Sometimes it makes me pause and think, maybe I should go back to Adobe Animate as my main art program, like an Insano. Guys, can I complain to you guys really quick? Can I be salty about something? Adobe raised their subscription price for me again. And I'm very salty about this, and it's pissing me off. That is it. That's all I needed to say. I'm currently playing Warrior Cats games such as Clan Gen, Adventure, and Breeze Clan. I've never heard of the Breeze Clan one. Freaking Adobe was $60 a month, and they just raised their price to $70 a month, and I'm about to throw hands. So I'm basically buying Pokemon Legends Z to A every single month. Ridiculous. They do not have enough money, apparently. They have decided to raise them. Well, they know they have no competition. That's the issue, is that Adobe has no competition. So there's no one I can switch to for things like After Effects and stuff. And that's why they can keep raising their prices, because no one can stop using their products. Ay, ay, ay. Sighs heavily. Warrior Cat game recommendations? Have you played, Cattails? Wildwoods? The first one? Or the second one? That was originally a Warrior Cats fan game. You should play the second one. Apparently it's really good. I haven't played it yet. I do have it. My game backlog grows by the day. Apparently the second one added a lot of stuff. Multiple alternatives for InDesign, Photoshop, Premiere, and Illustrator. Yeah. I mean, you can just get After Effects, I think. But I think... I don't know, man. A lot of those programs are industry standard. Like, just having the Adobe Creative Suite is typically what the company will have. So just because of that, a lot of the programs are standard. I feel like eventually there's gotta be an alternative that pops up. After Effects isn't even like a program that's very well optimized. I mean, it's a freaking Adobe program. It's not the most well optimized program. So there's gotta be like an ex-Adobe programmer that can come up with a better running version of After Effects, man. Missed opportunity. Yeah, it is an opportunity. I concur. In the animation industry, some animations comp completely in After Effects though, don't they? Not After Effects. Some of them only use Toon Boom is what I meant to say. I've heard that some of them will comp in Toon Boom. In CSP? Oh my god. I think CSP, I think it would explode if I tried to do... Well, I used to comp completely in Animator, in Adobe Flash. So... Hey, Edge. You're just in time to see the monkey drawn. I'm just double checking this one. I tried Toon Boom back in probably 2009. And I was a kiddo and I could not understand it. Haven't tried it since. I do pretty much everything in After Effects as well now. I think I've been doing everything pretty much exclusively in After Effects since... Well, let me double check. Kurita is what the animation director for Where Cats Animated uses. Let's look at my map parts. Ever since... I would say ever since Devil's Backbone, all of my comp has been in After Effects. I still shaded and animate. I did not shade the Pretender part. After Effects is very satisfying, but it can be the most annoying experience as well. It's very satisfying when something turns out well in After Effects, but man. Do you guys want to know what's pissing me off as well, other than the $70 I have to spend on Adobe every month? My freaking computer is telling me that I do not have the specs available to upgrade to Windows 11. And they're telling me I need to buy a new computer. And I'm like, you're joking. There's no way that a computer that I built to withstand After Effects and shaders in Minecraft 3 years ago does not have the specs to run Windows 11. I'm getting gaslit. Did I use particle effects for the snow? I probably just used like the CC snowfall. You could try converting to Linux. I think it's just... See a dark leaf. I think it's just because I built this computer and I bought Windows 10 and I don't know. I probably didn't set it up right. I need to do some housekeeping on this computer for sure. I never expect anything generally. It's just fun. It doesn't upset me at all when they aren't. It upsets me a bit to see maps don't really get finished. I feel like having experienced a completed map that you participated in, and like it's such a rewarding feeling that I really don't want people to miss out on that. But I understand. I do think that it's probably healthier to expect a map not to get finished. As an IT major, Linux scares me. The thing about Linux is that I'm not an IT major and I don't know if Adobe programs... I don't think Adobe programs can work in Linux. I just need to do some housekeeping. It might just be that because I don't have... I don't know. I don't think I activated all of my Windows 10 features. And it might just be pissed off that I didn't do that. But I'm like, there's no way that this computer can't run Windows 11. My grandpa's crappy computer, crappy laptop from like 2017 can run Windows 11. Don't give me that crap. Well, I think that it could also be fun. Like, it could be fun as a... So, as somebody that hosts, I'm aware that most people... Actually, I know what I'm going to do. I'm aware that most people who join my maps probably don't have as much of a reach as I do. Which is not the case for some people. Some people, when they join maps, like, typically when I join a map, I know that I'm probably boosting that person's visibility. I would love to do like weekly production streams or something on the channel that I'm hosting from, that people can like stop in and see like participants working on it, and maybe like get to know those people and get to know their channels, like get their channel from that, and like just outreaching more people as well. I remember really liking the Google Hangouts of the day where people were like working on their parts together and like everything. But yeah, streaming keeps me accountable as well. Like, I completely understand what you're talking about. I don't know what Dandy's world is. Samba. Drone. Okay, that one's done. I'm gonna give you guys all of these, and then I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get a snack and do a stand up and stretch before I start Curiosity. I will be right back. I'm back. It's like 11 p.m. and I have to make lunch. I don't want to go to work. Oh, goodness. Squirrel Flight's perspective. Oh, I'm gonna have to listen to this afterwards. Light bloomed. I want to host a Mothwing Leaf Pool map. I do remember joining one of those back in the day, but I don't think it ever got finished. I think I had to drop the part. It's monkey time! Monkey time. He looks crazy now. Oh wait, hold on, where's Curiosity? Okay, once him in. Now you guys are gonna get to see 10-year-old art from me as well. This is how I used to draw. Let's see the glow up. She wants them in this same pose. I have some walnuts and some chocolate. Okay. This is a, yeah, this is a character that I think Telia commissions a lot of people to draw. I know that her icon on Discord is a Night Riser icon. And it's an animated icon, so... It's definitely made its rounds around. She commissions a lot of, like, Warrior Cat artists to draw him. I'm actually reading that book, the book right now that he's part of. It's like a book series by Telia. I'm reading the second book of it right now. I'm on chapter 4, I think. Hey, Crinkloo. Shrinkloo. I always want to call you Crinkly. He wants me to just redraw him in a pose I drew him in like 9 years ago. Lupus did an animation. I mean, probably. I think that they used to do a lot of commissions. Animation commissions. There weren't too many people that did animation commissions that were like... I did animation commissions once, and man, it was just really hard. It's a very interesting character. can't quite peg him yet. If I did one slot, I feel like I'd have to charge quite a handful to do animation commissions because I don't really like animating much anymore. Yeah, that Dominical person. Apparently they had to stop commissioning people because they were like, they basically said they were addicted to it. And like, they just could not financially, like, I don't know. It's crazy. They did commission a lot of people. Okay, let's shrink the mount down just a tad. I think I'm... He's got his head back, but... Yeah, I guess they just... were basically addicted. And they had to leave... because they financially could not, like, sustain... I don't know. It's kind of sad. Okay. Well, they didn't just do animation commissions. They commissioned everybody. Like, literally everybody for everything. They didn't just do animation commissions. Because I drew their character quite a few times. I'm just gonna... I need to kind of start with, like, the rough pose first before I start really solidifying. Yeah. Well, they just got addicted to it and they... Yeah. It's sad, actually. Quite sad. For Domino Claw, yeah, I did their character a couple times. I did a P&B, but they also, like, commissioned me to draw doodles and stuff. I remember drawing Domino Claw in, like, a hat or something. I don't remember. But I did a couple of, like, drawn ones before they did, like, a full-on animation commission. Let me look up a spider monkey really quick. I do remember drawing gift art of Domino and Rose. Did they do art fight? I feel like they probably did art fight, right? I know. I'm bad at the spider monkey too. I always have to look up the reference. But Telia specifically wants me to draw this in this exact pose from like quite a few years ago, and I'm just like, oh god. I will do it. But I feel like the pose, I want to like, I want him to be leaning back, but I don't really know if I like this pose anymore. I'm struggling. I just have to think about it. Give me a sec. We saved it. We saved it for last on a reason. I just have to think. Let me look up something. Just have too many things on the screen. I like to commission more art of my OCs, but when it comes to time, I can always end up choosing my Sona. Yeah, I also struggle with that. Usually if I'm commissioning someone, I just commission them to draw Apple. And then, like, none of my other ones get any love. I'm concentrating so hard, you guys. You have no idea. You're gonna have to hold on for like a few minutes while I get this pose. I have had Brightfire recognized because I've gotten a lot of art comms of her. I feel like I don't know if there's any other OC in the fandom that's like recognized just because people commission them. I mean, Luxie's OCs get commissioned quite frequently. But, no, not commissioned. Get drawn and recognized quite quickly, but I don't think it's... I think it's just her own art, really, right? No, people draw fan art and draw maps, but it's not like she's commissioning people to draw these PNBs or anything. Yeah. I don't think there's ever been somebody that's... I mean, Curiosity is definitely like that. People usually recognize Curiosity because Telia gets animations of him, or it gets commissions of him a lot. I honestly feel like Curiosity is kind of a rite of passage as well, because Telia does, like, force... She's said that before. She likes forcing Warrior Cat artists to draw the monkey. I've drawn a couple monkeys. Where's the other one? Shoot, what's her name? That I designed. I actually designed that one. Shoot, what was her name? She probably shows up in the commission thing. Oxy? Drawn video? Yeah. I think I've drawn video maybe once. I think I've drawn video, pictures, and radio all maybe once. Can I see the video drawing? Yeah, it's really old. I think it's on my... DeviantArt. Hold on. I think it was done in 2015. Hold on. Let's see if I can't find it. Is it on this one? No, but I found a domino claw that we were talking about. That's a domino claw. Another domino claw. Here it is, here it is. Okay. Why doesn't it want to load? Hello? Here we go. Oh. Let me snip it. Here she is. Toonie and the Villain. I've definitely drawn one of Lupus's old characters before. Wait, PMVs that they commissioned are still getting released? That's crazy. I think that this character... I think this writer character was old Lupus Vulpus OC. Dark Draken Whim RP Domino Claws. Oh. I didn't realize Domino Claw was part of an RP group. Man, so much lore I don't remember. It's being lost in the bowels of my memory. Thanks for the memories. Do I like his arm going up like this? I feel like his arm going up like this is like, what are you gonna do about it? More of a, what are you gonna do about it vibes. Check out what I've got. Do you guys remember? And if I trust us not to like just dive into drama. But do you guys remember that one person that was doing? They had an OC story. Oh shoot, what was their name? They were kind of around during, I think, maybe like 2011-ish. They were doing an OC story, but they also did some like maps. I think they did like a Rasputin, not maps. They did AMVs. It was before. Oh god. I don't think they did Rise of Scourge. Maybe they did though. I don't remember them. I believe they had like a lightning bolt thing as their like opening. Oh god. I think they got into drama and they like deleted everything. I think that they like they might kill their dad. It was an edgy story. Very edgy. Oh god. I'm gonna have to look it up, aren't I? Okay. I think they did like a... Wow, Rasputin has been made by a lot of guys now. It wasn't a map, it was their own thing. Or was it Rasputin? Yeah, it was just Scourge, I think. Urnam. They must have gotten into drama because all of their stuff is hosted on a different channel. I think they did Broken Sword. They did a lot of edgy stuff. They were around when I wasn't really in the fandom anymore. It was like during my hiatus-y period. But I think they did like a OC... Dim Star. Yeah. Okay, you guys get it now. Didn't they do... For some reason... I just remember them. I remember watching their stuff and being like, this is, like, weird. It was a little bit too edgy for me. I, like, discovered them... I think on, like, a whim. I was just, like, searching. They were around when I was mostly doing Neopets. Yeah, I don't remember being, but they did like their own OC story thing, right? Okay, get out of here, Cube. I'm sketching. Let me cook. It looks like Telia changed his design even just recently. From what I can see. Because I don't believe this was that long ago, this commission. This is the Great Fairy Fountain, I believe. And the main three. I haven't drawn any of the main three in a long time, like in years. She heartified them. Okay, okay. I will keep that in mind, that is an integral part. I feel like sometimes when I draw Curiosity, well, right now specifically, I feel like I'm making those Danganronpa portraits that are like insane. You guys, if you guys play Danganronpa, you know what I'm talking about. Like the character portraits that are like super detailed and they're always like really... well, detailed. Oh wow, he's got a huge tail now. Like super huge. Yeah. Like the hyper rendered ones. I like drawing Curiosity. He's a challenge, but he's like a fun challenge. I kind of want his tail to be like even higher. See, I don't like the fact that his tail is hidden in this one. I feel like his tail is like an integral part to his character design. But I feel like I'm just making it a little bit too long at this point. It's gotta have a little... I might be able to make it if I can cut out this tangent right here. Might be able to make it look like a heart. I think that's the motif right here, is that it's a heart, right? So if I can make a little heart, I think it'll work. And then lower the cube a little bit. Is art my main income? Yes, it is right now. Oh. But I have various ways of doing art. I do, one second, I gotta plug my headphones in. I do my online shop. I do these freelance commissions. I do get paid a little bit from YouTube. I do conventions where I'm selling my stuff. It is possible. I would love a more contractual job at some point. But right now I'm making do. You just have to be willing to put yourself out there and don't just rely on one certain thing. Doing the conventions is a really nice thing. Traffic control. Like, as a policeman? Or like as like a school thing? I used to work at a UPS store. Until I realized, well, the only reason I wanted to work at a UPS store is because I wanted to ship my own. I wanted to get a discount on shipping, but then I realized that the discount I got shipping wasn't really that amazing. For construction sites. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Welcome home, fish. Welcome home. Are you back from work or back from just errands? Let me grab that. Where is my picture? There it is. You worked. Well, then congrats on working. Water filters? That's fun. Who would you say commissions me the most? It depends. Helia does commission me a lot, but Huli commissions me a lot too. Fabi commissioned me a lot at the beginning. We're on a 12-hour. It's like putting Lego together. Oh, that is cool. That is really fun. I like Lego. Legos are so expensive nowadays, though. It was so busy. You want the flower sets? I think, yeah, Legos are just really expensive nowadays. Why do they have to be so expensive? Oh, yeah. Light Blooms has commissioned me quite a bit. My commission slots definitely favor people that watch the stream. So there's a lot of like stream frequenters that just commission a lot. Trying to figure out how I want to do his little tassels. I've never drinking an energy drink. I have drank a triple shot before. That was something that I did drink. Vervain Star or Wolf Star are sagging off her face. Oh my gosh, old cat. See, I don't like that. I would prefer them to all kind of come together cleanly, but I don't know. Monkey toes aren't exactly my strong suit, and now he's got like fingernails. I might have to just simplify the whole thing altogether. At 198 moons old, which is older than Mospel. Oh gosh. From Celsius consumption. What's Celsius? Is that a type of energy drink? $200 milligrams of caffeine. Holy crap. How much does a cup of coffee have? Has 3 times the amount of caffeine. Okay, so it's like drinking 3 cups of coffee. Interesting. I water down my energy drink so it takes me several days to get through one. I don't think I've ever tried an energy drink. Usually if I need a pick-me-up, I just drink some coffee. $95 milligrams? How much does a can of soda have? $60-ish? I use Stream Elements. And I don't know exactly, probably like 5 seconds. I don't know. Oh, there's an image slideshow mode where you can set up a folder and you can play a folder. So I just have a commissions example folder that it plays. But yes, I use Stream Elements. I think you can do image slideshow folders in OBS though, because I did start by streaming on just like pure OBS. So I do believe it's possible. The thinnest fabric ever. wonder what caffeine tablets are like. Alani. I'm not familiar with like any energy drink brand. Coffee without milk? I mean, I use creamer in my coffee. I'm using creamer. Tindy's almond milk. Give me the arsenic juice. Almond milk's pretty bad for the environment, isn't it? Isn't it like kind of bad? Or is it just like filled with arsenic? Is that the meme? But I mean, cows are also bad for the environment. So, you win some, you lose some, I suppose. Bless me. Excuse me. You got hypothyroidism? Yeah. That sucks. Was that my sneeze? Yeah, I sneezed. So Nami says bless you. Sorry, I usually try to go much further away from the microphone when I sneeze, but that one kind of caught up to me. I want them to have like choppers that are dangerous looking. Who sneezed in my domain? I think it's the allergies, man. It's the ragweed. It always is. I didn't know I had it. Any tips on advertising your work? I honestly have none. I'm like the most horrible person at advertising my work. I rely on the fact that I've been in the same place for like over a decade and hope that people remember who I am. But a lot of people said that they've been finding some good exposure on TikTok. Like their stuff goes around pretty okay on TikTok and stuff like that. So I don't know how... I mean, TikTok people tend to be younger though. So if you're like trying to get money and stuff, like advertise your commissions, you might not get as many. I don't know. The old doctor didn't want to do his job. It's okay. My doctor doesn't want to prescribe me birth control because he's Catholic, so I need to find a new doctor. Doctors be crazy. See ya, echoing. Yeah. It's just because I'm lazy and I haven't scheduled my OB. Because my health insurance changed. This is all TMI, by the way. I don't usually share that stuff. I've just been lazy finding a new OB after my insurance change. Thankfully, CVS will fill it if you go to their Minute Clinic. It's crazy. It pisses me off. Well, I didn't really think he listened to me that much anyway, so... Whatever, man. Concentrating for curiosity. I'm enjoying reading the second book of Mandatory. The chapters are really long, though. I feel like I can read a chapter a day, and I mean, they're just very long. I don't know, Starry. I'm not gonna worry about it. I've been kind of not really... He wasn't my intended first doctor. My first doctor left the practice and he got all of my my initial doctor, he got all of his patients when he left. So I'm not really like, I've never really liked him that much. So honestly, it's just a good reason. I just hate doctor, like, I don't know. It's crazy because I feel like he prescribes medicine for like everything. Like, he probably overprescribes, in my opinion. My first doctor I went to because he wanted to do, like, he wanted to try lifestyle changes before, like, prescriptions. But this doctor was like, when I had anemia, instead of giving me, my first doctor would give me like a sheet of foods that were high in iron and all this stuff that I could try before, like, whatever. And then when I got this doctor, he immediately just referred me to a specialist in hematology. And I'm just like, that's, like, he's just only wanting, I don't know, man. I don't really agree with what he decides anyway. So it's like, whatever. Not really married to him. I'm trying to finish The Broken Code, but I'm hating A Light in the Mist. I remember... Also, hello, Q. Long time no see. I remember having to take a huge break during A Light in the Mist. So I do not blame you. I finished A Vision of Shadows. What did you read? And you liked it? I liked A Vision of Shadows. Vision of Shadows I liked better on my, like, couple other read-throughs, but... It took me another read-through of it to actually kind of appreciate it for what it was. How far are you in A Light in the Mist? No rush. It's kind of good. It is quite boring. It's definitely your mileage may vary. I would say that I liked it more on the second read through because I kind of realized the parts that I didn't really like, and I could kind of skip certain chapters and stuff and focus on only what I wanted to. I know, this is Breath of the Wild. It's making me want to keep playing Tears of the Kingdom. Is anyone interested in the Tears of the Kingdom new Hyrule Warriors game? When does that come out? Is it out? I have no idea when things come out anymore. All I know is that next year it's Fire Emblem. And Fire Emblem is a game series I'm willing to drop $70 on. Because I like it. I also read Stormplants Valley like 2 months ago. We just finished drawing all the Stormplants Valley cats on stream. Where Velvet and Fuzz all come? Okay, so you're on River of Fire, I believe. Im Young was here a couple days ago. Now that you mention it. I think they popped in for like a split second. Tale became my #1 phase, but I'm going on to A Vision of Shadows book 4, and I'm scared. A Vision of Shadows book 4... I think it might be... See, I really like River of Fire. I like Twigpaw's point of view in book 4. I like her and Finpaw. They're really cute. And I do like Tree. But he's only at the end. So... I love Fuzzball. He's so funny. Fuzzball is like one of my favorite minor characters from A Vision of Shadows. A Vision of Shadows has some really nice minor characters. I'd argue that its minor characters, I think, are some of the best since, well, Dawn of the Clans had some really good ones, but it's really good. Reading One Star's Confession before starting Darkest Hour. Do not read that book before Darkest Hour. If you haven't read it already. I don't know. I'm hinting that the fire happens in RiverClan because I'm about to read chapter 13. Very fair, very fair. The book is called River of Fire. And Warriors is nothing if not subtle. Is a huge victim of personality as the plot demands. Oh yeah. Her personality from the first 3 books from into the next 3 books is insane. They completely did a 180 on her. Her and Cherryfall. Sleek Whisker I don't trust. Oh, I love River of Fire. River of Fire has so many good scenes. It's definitely, River of Fire is definitely my favorite book from A Vision of Shadows. I know exactly what scene you're on. Because her Neuralife came back right now. She's the character I have the most conflicting feelings on. Oh. He's a character. So... if you're caught up and you're just, like, reading, One Star's book is based off of... The premise of One Star's book is based off of his actions in a later arc. It's actually based off of his actions in A Vision of Shadows. So if you read One Star's confession right now and you're not caught up and you don't know what his confession is, if you're wondering why it's even called confession, then you shouldn't read it. As somebody that's always been kind of like very neutral about One Star, the book did not change many of my opinions on him. I don't think it changed my opinion on him whatsoever. I would recommend, if you wanted to read more One Star content, maybe read Winds of Change. Or Crowfeather's Trial, if you've read The Last Hope. I thought Crowfeather's Trial did a lot for One Star's character. You know that Rowan-Claw dies? Since you read Tiger Heart Shadow. Okay. Yeah, that's... I think you're supposed to read Tiger Heart Shadow before River of Fire. Maybe? I wouldn't say that's a huge spoiler. Darkleaf jumped with joy. They did. They're very excited. How to feel about Leaf Star? Leaf Star is in a really hard position in A Vision of Shadows. She's the new girl in town. She wants to feel powerful, but also feel grateful that that her clan has been allowed to live at the lake. So you have to think about it as she is really struggling with trying to build a new home for Sky Clan after it having traveled for so long. She's now got to deal with the combining of two different like clans and like how not all of them are really into that idea and stuff like that. Kind of have to think of it from her perspective that she was thrown into a rock and a hard place. She doesn't want to feel ungrateful, but she also doesn't want to see her clan get torn apart because Shadow Clan cats aren't... They don't feel like Sky Clan cats. And then Twigpaw and Finpaw leaves, yeah. So... I think Vicky or Kate, one of the two authors, said that Leafstar was their favorite leader in A Vision of Shadows just because she's put through a variety of very difficult decisions where there's not really one right answer, but she has to try to like maintain a face and there's only so much she can take and all this stuff. She's definitely very interesting. It's not a place where many people would envy her, I think. Yeah, Sandy Nose does not give her any breaks, for sure. I do believe that her decision to leave Sky Clan is probably the best one for her, and I like the opposing thing. I like the nature versus nurture issues that Twigpaw and Violetpaw have, where Violetpaw chooses her nature, which is Sky Clan, and Twigpaw chooses her nurture, which is Thunder Clan. So I like that they all both come to different conclusions. And stuff. Hawkwing, Sandy Nose, Plum Willow. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, her being an apprentice. Sparkpelt is very much... I do not appreciate how they changed her character in between those. I think that another issue is that I really liked Ivypool as Twigpaw's mentor, and I thought that was a really great apprentice and mentor relationship. Like, one of the best ones we've gotten since, like, the Prophecies Begins, and then they just, for some reason, decide that we don't need it anymore. Which is very frustrating. I just really liked their relationship. Twigpaw and Lilyheart. Yeah, I mean, like, man. Who is Finleap's mentor? Does he get Mole Whisker again? No, he gets Lark Song. Okay, yeah. I remember now. Yeah, I don't know. I liked Ivy Paw because she supported her, she went on quests, she went above and beyond as her mentor. I don't know. They were just, she's really good at mentor for her. Low expectations? I do too, I do too. I really don't think it's gonna be anything special. How many people are watching? Do any of you guys care about spoilers? And as in, I had never read the review, but I know something that's gonna happen. And can I rant about it? The still image of Ivypool training Twigpaw on the golden map. Oh, I need to watch that map. It's not really a rant. I was just gonna say I'm aware that apparently the second book, Hidden Moon, we're going to visit the mountains again, like the tribe cats, which is just so ridiculous. Whenever you hear that there's a tribe book, you're just like, so they really don't know what's gonna happen. The tribe books are just such filler books, and they're gonna go visit the freaking mountains for the second book. It's not gonna be a good arc, basically, is what I'm saying. I don't know why. I don't know if it's the whole book. I don't know if it's just one arc. I don't know if it's just gonna be like Tawny Pelt or something. Like, I could see it just being like Tawny Pelt's point of view, but like, I'm just, oh my god. Not the tribe. Yeah, pretty much. Whenever we visit the tribe, you know, they've got no plot. They've lost the plot. They have no plot and they must scream. Maybe Brambleclaw? I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know why. I just know that apparently, because people, I was talking about how they're just going to do the new Prophecy 2.0. And it's going to be the territory change arc. And then somebody, apparently their review said that they visit the mountains. And I'm just like, so it really is the new Prophecy 2.0. Like, they're hitting all the same. Like, even down to they visit the mountains in the second book. We are cooked, guys. Absolutely cooked. Changing Skies is going to be a struggle. We had two, like, pretty decent arcs. We forgot what they can give us and what they can take away. Warriors giveth and they taketh away. They're doing the new prophecy without the charisma. Yeah, that's the issue. It's the only thing that the new prophecy had cooking for it was the charisma, the cast. And I guess they're gonna have Crowfeather and Tawny Pelt, maybe. A grandpappy? He might be a grandpappy now. His babies are pretty old. My hand is starting to cramp up, by the way. If it turns like, oh my god, they're gonna do a territory change and they're not gonna learn anything from the new prophecy, man. How will we ever survive this? I swear if they're doing a territory change, though, they better have some darn good plot ideas for the next territory already. That's all I'm saying. Brand new, never seen territory or someplace like the old Sky Clan Gorge? Yeah, I mean, I do think that them changing territories would honestly be it's a good idea. And I might be coping, but I suppose I'm willing to sit through freaking the new Prophecy 2.0 for them to change territories and give us someplace fresh. Imagine they go to the desert? I don't know. I think a lot of the new editing team is not British. Or they don't really care to keep it, like, completely in Britain. I mean, the guy that wrote Stormclan's Folly put an American mink in the wild, so... maybe they're going to try a place that's not completely set in Britain. They could bring back tunnelers. They could have a new Sunning Rocks. They go to Russia. Canada. I don't know what they're gonna do, man. I don't think they'll go to the American West. I think they'll keep it in Britain, like, vaguely. It's getting pretty messy down there. Is blazing star flowers from the American West? Yeah, I guess. Is the blazing star a invasive plant? No, in Britain. Where goes it? My favorite insane invasive species fact is the American has starlings because some guy from Britain really wanted to show everyone some because they were mentioned in his fave Shakespeare play. I don't see starlings very often. I have seen one in the backyard though. Man, it's been a while since the commission streams have been this long. I am gonna have to rest tomorrow. I'm not gonna be able to draw. Working overtime. If I might have to stop. Let me try coloring this. My hand is hurting quite bad. Let me turn on the light though. See, it's been a while since it's been this late. When it's like started to get dark too. But I've had to turn on my light halfway through. You have horrible spending habits? I do too. It's okay. Well, they've gotten better over the years, but I used to have quite bad ones. They eat creek fish such as trout minnows, star clam eating moonstream. Ooh. I almost wonder if they're planning on making that tree from the wildcats into like the next moon tree or whatever the frick they're gonna call it. Gonna read River Fire. Good luck, good luck. Moon tree. That means we get Beach River Clan. We will see. I was just trying to figure out what they're gonna do with the freaking why did they call back Storm Clan if not to show them a new territory or whatever in my brain. But they don't do a lot of stuff that makes sense anymore, so I could just be trying to make sense out of absolutely nothing. Multiple different canopies of rocks near the base. Kick out the dark forest. The trash dump place again? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. They did have a trash dump. How far away was the marsh? Are they gonna give like RiverClan... Well, there was a marsh. Right? Concentrate. It was River Clan. It was Dio all along. It was me, Dio. There's your JoJo reference for the day. Hey, Red Claw. Pinkweed and Greywind. Those are nice. Renegades. I will not be reading it, probably. But I hope it's good. To those of you who want to read it. I have no real desire to read any other series by Aaron Hunter. I am not their demographic anymore. I read Warrior Cats because I grew up reading Warrior Cats. But man, did I read Seekers when it came out, so... Yeah, the fiery cat on the cover is some pretty cool art, though. It is good art. It makes me angry that it's good art, and we're stuck with whatever we get. The absolute scraps. For being the series that's basically keeping Aaron Hunter in business, we get, like, the worst covers. Disappointed. Bamboo Kingdom gets the Polish artist. I know. Well, have you seen the cover of the new book? It's crazy. I don't know why we can't just have the cool art. Okay. Come on, final stretch. Come on. Oh, I need to do the square. Would an apple card? I think it does. I'd never personally tried to use an apple card, but I think you can put in a credit card on coffee. You think that they're gonna continue just... I don't think so. I don't think that they're ever gonna get rid of warrior cats. I think that they're trying... I think that all their other series that have not been warrior cats lately have not panned out, and so they're trying another cat series. Yeah, I'm still alive. Passing out as we speak. Ay, caramba. Were the chibis in the room with us today? No, they weren't. Not at all. I was doing so good, too. I can tell that the room is heating up, though. My sweatshirt is absolutely... I'm boiling in it right now. It's 78 and I'm in a sweatshirt. I did see the leak merch. You were talking about it earlier on stream, actually. No quiz, no quiz. I'm gonna have to end it as soon as I'm done with this. I gotta mute while I take off this hoodie. Okay, now I'm feeling better. The big fire star. I am not a fan of the plushies. I'm not a huge plushie person. I cannot do a quiz tonight. I'm gonna have to get off. Because it's already been like 6... How long have I been live? I've been live for 6 hours. Yeah. I don't think I'm 3 minutes away, but I'm getting pretty darn close for sure. The pose came out insane. Would you guys say that this is an upgrade from my 2015 pose? What do you guys think? Did I glow up properly? Yeah, I'm getting some dinner after the stream for sure. Well, I had 2 Telias on stream today. It's usually... I didn't think it would take this long, but here I am. Here I am. Here I am in my golden days. What is it? What's this? What's the Christmas song? Here I am in the olden days. That's how I feel right now. Singing Christmas songs. Faithful friends who are dear to us, gather near to us once more. Telia's always at the scene of the crime. Yep. Telia's not even here to witness this either. Sad. Looks good. Thank you. Thanks. works. Telia's gonna be the one drawing my chalk. Probably. I'm done! For now. I can't work on this anymore. Well, when I saw that Telia got 2 slots, I was like, oh god. This is gonna be a long one. I didn't think Curiosity would take me that long, though. I didn't realize that he had a new design. Actually, I don't think I got... I'm not sure if this is shading on his. I can edit it later. I can't draw anymore. My brain's absolutely fried. What is it? It's been 6 hours. Yeah, 6 hours is pretty much my limit. No. Nifty dies on stream. Well, you know, if the Chibis were in the room with us today, I think I would have been able to survive. But they weren't exactly in the room with us today, were they? Yeah, I did see it. Dia, I'm sorry I didn't reply. I've been freaking... I saw it. I can definitely do that. I just haven't had time to reply because I've been working with directorial duties and then trying to... Let me send this to Talia. Yeah, I've just been busy this. Every week after a vacation, I have to do so much crap, man. Every freaking week. No more commissions for Telia. No, I like Telia's designs a lot. They just take a little bit. Curiosity just takes brain power because he's like a monkey. We had 2 not monkeys today. That is why. Not monkeys. We've had 2 not cats today. My brain, man. Oh, okay. I gotta eat. Alright, you guys. Dia, you weren't here for last stream, so you didn't get to see Binky. You didn't get to see Binky. Binky attack! We finished StormClan's Folly. I made him Smudge's brother. So on Tuesday, we will be drawing Barley's mom, along with kitten versions of... I'll draw her with all of her kittens. So you'll get Kitten Barley, Kitten Hoot, Kitten Jumper, and Kitten Violet, I think. And then, I don't know what else we'll do on that stream. Probably work on the Shadow Clan Lake Camp after that, so... yeah. I'm gonna go eat. Yeah, prequels poster is after the lake camp. Dia. That one is gonna be after lake camp. I don't know. I might do something with Violet, maybe. But Barley's based on my cat Pickles. One of my cat's Pickles, so I don't want to change him because he's Pickles. He doesn't get a design change. He is simply Pickles. But yeah, I am super dead. I'm gonna go eat some dinner. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys for keeping me company. To all my commissioners, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys all on Tuesday. Take care. Bye.